And we're live.
And we're live. Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday the week before U.S. Thanksgiving. We are, Mav and I just, as always, but even more so tonight because both of us were coming in hot tonight. So we just roll up in our chairs and Mav's like, "You ready to go?" And I'm like, "Sure." No idea what we're going to talk about tonight, but let's go. Let's do this.
We literally both just sat down.
Yes, we did. We literally both just did. Welcome to PM in the PM, everybody. Pong and Mav in the PM. That's right. We're back with another Thursday night. It is November the 16th. Like I said, 1 week till U.S. Thanksgiving, and we won't be having a show next week. So obviously glad to see you all here, gamers, because Mav and I will miss you next week as we celebrate with our families. But we do have some certain things to get into tonight. That's for damn sure. We knew this week was going to get wet and wild and crazy with the Game Awards nominees being announced, and they certainly delivered that in spades. So we are definitely going to get into that. I haven't had a chance to talk about it. I know Mav and the crew on FSP riled people up on Monday night with their takes. So yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that, and then we're going to scroll through the news this week and see if there's anything else that Mav and I want to talk about since again, we just dropped on in here out of the sky for the show. So anyways, again, great to see you all in the chat. Definitely get to shouting you guys out. But first, I got to turn to my one and only, my brother from another, the man who owns the Fun Speculation Network and has been doing a good job of riling people up across the interwebs. That's right. The one, the only Fun Speculation, AKA Mav. Brother, besides driving in like a demon and getting into the chair and getting ready for the show, what else have you been doing this week, man? I haven't talked to you at all. So what's been going on, man? What you been doing?
Man. So like a lot, really. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. It's just kind of that time of year. Things get hectic for everybody, right? I gotta be honest though. I wasn't running hot because of being out of the house, though. Oh, yeah.
What were you doing? Playing games?
Me and Kate had the most epic zombie run ever.
Okay. All right. Woo. Thought we were going somewhere else with this. All right. So you guys were
well, me and my wife were,
we hit every room in the house, folks. Listen. Oh, so you were playing zombies. So you were being a gamer first and you dropped in here.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, like that ended about like 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, maybe now. And then, they had scramble and try and get some stuff done real quick and everything. And, sat down and, you're running hot too. But I also got to say, hey, sorry to Boom who had his show today, because I wasn't able to be there because I sat down ready to I got home just in time, ready to be on that show, and booted up my PC, and I had PC issues.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like one of those things where it's just like won't boot up, and it like does blue screen shit.
Sounds like zombies infected your PC too.
So I was working on that forever, and finally got that working. But besides that, now we are here. I was as happy as able to get everything working for the show, but able to have PM in the PM. I didn't want to miss the show, so
no.
Luckily we got it fixed. But yeah, this zombies, man. Me and Kate, she's loving this new zombies. Like,
that's awesome.
She's
I can't wait to hop in with you guys again.
She's obsessed with it, right?
Yeah.
And we were playing, and we've been getting progressively better and better and better, right? At it. So, we got our 3-tiered vest now. We got,
nice.
We're loaded up on equipment. Got our large backpacks. We got, the weapon upgrades, kind of holding on to them in our stash, ready to go. So, we're getting into tier 2 level quite a bit.
Sure.
Sure. And so we're rolling in there. We spent most of this match in the tier 2 area, and we had about 10 minutes left, and you're like, hey, let's go ahead and do this last contract so we can swing by it real quick and pick up our level 2 pack-a-punch for our weapons, so we can get that nice firepower for exfil, right?
Yeah.
So we did this contract, and it got pretty hairy there on that contract. It started getting a little buck wild. It was one of the weapon stash ones, and we got a little overwhelmed there in this courtyard, getting flooded by a lot of big guys and stuff. Call them the little boss guys and stuff.
Yep.
We're like, okay, well let's get out of here. And so I look at the mini map and I'm like, well let's do a nice safe extraction. Okay. So I look at the mini map and I see, okay, let's just go back into tier 1. There's an exfil there and there's a turret near it, so I can put a battery in the turret so it can help us clear them out.
Yeah.
So we had a long walk. Well, by the time that this got to this point, the regular session was over and it goes to the second session now where like the storm starts closing in.
Yep.
Well, I didn't really realize that kind of ramps up the zombies a little bit too, and they start coming a little bit harder and more furious. So, and my exfil,
coming a little harder, you say?
Yeah, my exfil was really far away that I had picked.
Yeah,
and there was no vehicles on the way either. So we're like, fuck. So we just booked it, and we were getting swarmed by every possible thing under the sun on the way to try and get to this exfil. We had mimics and big guys and stuff, just like crazy. We finally got there. We had no plates left or anything, so I had to just kill some zombies around there to get some plates to help to survive the exfil. I get there and I'm like, oh, let me go put the battery in the turret real quick so we can make this easy. Turret's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. It was on the map before, but now all of a sudden it's gone. Okay, so now we're low on plates. We're low on ammo.
Yep.
We've been chased by level 2s and stuff and all these things, and it's getting hairy. But we need to get out of here because the storm's closing in. So I'll call in the exfil.
Yep.
Man, shit went haywire really bad. There was so many, and there was more than usual, it seemed like. Kate ended up getting downed. As she got downed, she was out of self-revive, so I was going to go try and pick her up. Then the storm closed in on us. And the storm's in on me, and I can't go and pick her up, and I'm getting swarmed. I have no plates left.
Oh my god!
I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to leave. I'm gonna have to leave you. But like, the storm was pushing me out, and the zombies pushing me out. I couldn't even make my way to the chopper, so I'm running the opposite way, thinking I'm gonna have to find a new exfil spot. I'm gonna have to find a new exfil spot. So, I looked, and where the turret was supposed to be close to there was one of those purple teleport things.
Yes.
So I ran for it, and I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to take this teleport, and I'm going to go back into the storm,
dice.
And I'm going to save my wife and see if we can't get onto that damn chopper. So I had the horde follow me, got into the teleport, started to land from the parachute, and I realized, holy shit, there's nowhere to land because the chopper blades are going off, right? So then I try and land. Remember, I have no plates.
Right.
Chopper blades hit me. I'm downed. So then I was able to use my self-revive, pick up Kate.
Yeah.
Got her picked up, and we were able to run her ass onto the chopper with like hardly any plates, hardly any ammo or anything, and barely made it out.
How the hell were you? Wait. How the hell were you surviving the storm this long? Did you have a gas mask?
No, I don't know how I was surviving it. I don't know if it was just kind of weak or what. But yeah, I was afraid to go in there because I'd never been that deep into it that late. So I wasn't sure how the storm was going to affect me.
We got coming harder, we got hairy, and you haven't been that deep. Okay, all right, let's go.
But things got real hairy and deep real fast there.
Wow.
But we're able to get out somehow. We finished, both of us.
Congratulations. That's a hell of a story. I didn't expect it to go that long.
Dude,
Holy
I went
shit,
downstairs.
bro.
I was like, we did it. And I hugged my wife. I was like, well, that was one of the most insane, epic sessions we've ever had in a game together, period. It was absolutely crazy, bro. It was fun as hell. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what it's about, man. I love zombies. I can't wait to get back into it. Maybe I'll get into it this weekend a little bit with you guys because I am loving zombies too. And I know you guys invited me last night, but obviously I've been fixing my schedule big time because this guy right here, has got 2 years away from 50 and he's got to get back to, the Cognito, the Neo Game Spark and the oh no, it's Alex level of fitness that I used to be in prior to the pandy, prior to jumping to this community. So I've been trying to fix my schedule. So I had to turn you guys down. It was hard.
Yeah.
Pause.
I understand.
Because I was like, I really want to get back into zombies. And I love those stories, man. I love those stories because that's what it's about. That's a hell of a story.
I didn't want to die either because I had 2 3-plate vest extra that I had picked up in the level 2 zone that I was gonna bring back to my stash and all that.
Yes.
There's tons of good shit. It's like, this is not the time you want to die, right?
Right.
We made it, man. Next, I can't wait to get into zombies with you whenever you have time.
Yeah. No, I will be, because again, I do love that freaking mode for sure. So, no, that's a hell of a story. Congratulations to both of you. That's a huge gamer moment, like you said, for you and the wife kind of moment, because you guys have been playing the games together for a long ass time. So when you get one of those epic moments, it is something that you lock away in the memory banks, man. So
for sure,
freaking dope, man. It's fucking dope. Love it. Love that damn story.
It's one of those times you wish you were streaming. You know what I mean?
Because so you had it forever.
Yeah. You know, like it's just like because that would make for damn good content.
right.
It's just insane.
It would have been. That would have been huge to clip up and to be able to show. But that's all right. It's between you two. You told the story. We all believe you. So
the
story
you're good.
Will
at least be here in audio form
to live
forever, in case memory changes.
Right here. And in case you start to embellish it even more as we go forward, we'll be able to come back to this clip and find out what it really was. So no, I appreciate that. No, great stuff, man. Great stuff. Yeah, me again, I'm been getting to bed earlier, so my video game time, I haven't jumped in any multiplayer with anybody this week, Steel or you guys or anybody this week at all. I've been really keeping myself away from that because I know how I'm going to be. So, man, it's been a run, man, for me back in Starfield again.
Nice.
But I've been really good, trying to cut myself off early and just watching some movies too. I've been catching up on some movie watching, as you know, Mav. I hit you up in the DMs and let you know I finally caught up and watched the Batman after all this time, which was exactly what I thought it was going to be. So I was like, thank God I didn't care. And I watched The Covenant last night, Mav. Have you watched that one yet with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah. That's a good one.
Guy Ritchie really film. Yeah, I finished that one off last night. Man, what a good movie. What a good movie. So yeah, I've been doing that, but back into Starfield, and really just taking small chunks at a time, and getting to bed, doing small mission runs here and there and kind of clearing up some of my missions. Really hard to do when you've got, 3 million plus bounties everywhere you go, but it just makes it more interesting. Even running into New Atlantis to, talk to somebody real quick turns into an entire firefight adventure every single time. So I've been doing that. Got my Sork last weekend and Monday. I got my Sork to 100. So she is fully leveled up. Nice. Got some uniques upgraded, even from the uniques that I had, which is really nice. So getting ready. I got to get you guys up and running so that we can go take on Uber Lilith. I do want to take on Uber Lilith. But yeah, definitely, got her to 100 and it felt really good because that was my first character to 100. In Diablo 4, my other ones were 85 and 74. So it felt really good. Again, season 2 is just an absolute blast. Got in some great rando crowds, Mav, after you hopped out, because I know you hopped out and then you were like, oh shit, Dallas Cowboys are playing. I'm going to go. So that, Sunday I had a bunch of shit going on in the background. It was probably good that you got off anyways, because I was in and out all day. But man, I got in some great rando runs in some of the blood harvests. And I told you when you hopped on real quick that I had run a one that we did 10 blood harvests in a row. Like it was insane. Wound up with nothing. But then I got into some more really good groups and we'd run like 5, 6 at a time. And man, the uniques were popping. And like I said, I replaced 2 or 3 uniques. I actually upgraded 2 or 3 uniques, which was really cool. So having a great time with Diablo. And then of course, been waiting, Mav, because Persona 5 Tactica is now live on Game Pass, I believe. So I'm going to be hopping into that. I want to try out Persona 5 Tactica. Obviously as a tactics fans, I did too, Mav. I failed to tell you this, but I played a little bit of Lamplighters League.
Nice.
I finally got into it, ran through the first couple missions on it. Really good game. Really enjoying the dialogue between the characters and stuff. They've got this little banter that goes back and forth. Now I don't have like all the whole crew open. It's just 2 characters right now. But classic turn-based, once you get into battles, but you can kind of choose when you want to go into battles. There's other times where, you're You can ungroup your characters, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3, obviously, where you ungroup or group. You can ungroup your characters and you're free roaming. And if you see enemies in an area, you got some special moves where you can sneak up on them or you can overpower them right away and not have to go into battle and take them out. So really enjoying some Lamplighters League as well this week. But that's been about it, man. Like I said, I've been staying away from Call of Duty because I know I won't be able to stop playing once I hop into that again. So that's going to be for the weekend. But yeah, man, Starfield. We're going to talk a little Starfield just because of the video game awards and stuff, but just an absolutely incredible game. I just don't get bored of it, man. I really don't. Like, I know people have been trying to say forever, oh, people out here hate playing it just to play it, just because they hyped it up so much. I'm in the small, if you want to call that minority or whatever you want to say, legitimately, and Mav is too, legitimately Starfield exceeded our own hype levels, which were off the charts for this game. And now that I did have that break there where I wasn't playing it because we were playing so many other things, and it came back to it again. It really is just a warm, cozy blanket, man. It really feels like going back home again, like just hopping into it, picked up right where I left off. I not getting bored of surveying planets. If that's not your thing, I get it, but I'm not getting bored with it. It adds to the experience. And I enjoy finding all the creatures. I enjoy finding all these, beautiful sights on these different planets that maybe most people would never see before. It just really is such a crazy, unique experience. And that's why, both you and I have called it masterpiece. Both you and I say it's game of the generation for us. Certainly my game of the year personally. But my God, hats off to Bethesda because I don't want them to stop making games like this and call them old school, call them outdated. I don't care.
I mean, they invented that style of game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is timeless, bro. I don't want them to change their formula up. I love this formula. And if that means that less people play Bethesda games in the future, so be it. I know Bethesda won't like that. Todd won't like that. Xbox won't like that. They'll want more people playing their games. But these games are timeless for me. And again, I don't care about the loading screens. I don't care about any of that. Got back into ship battles again, because I had to land at New Atlantis. And again, anytime I enter orbit on a main planet with a main city, literally 30 plus ships are attacking me. So it is hectic as hell. But I just have such a freaking blast, man. I started building my third official ship too, by the way. And the shipbuilding is so freaking addicting. I literally had to get to a point last night so I didn't have any errors because I'd started shipbuilding too late. And the next thing I knew, I was like, oh shit, I got to go to bed. So I had to quick clean up all my spare parts that I wasn't going to use on the ship just so I could get it to a point where there was no errors so I could save it. Right. I got to still go finish it, but I got it saved. So, yeah, just having an absolute blast with Starfield again. And I hope everybody out there who's enjoying it is as well. I posted some screenshots the other day and it was pretty damn cool because, people like to say, it's already a dead game. Nobody's playing it anymore. Nobody's talking about it anymore. Bullshit. Everybody's talking about it. It was just, of course, because of the video game awards. But when I posted screenshots again, man, I had so many freaking awesome members of this community like and retweet that. And just random strangers still that aren't a part of this, close-knit community that I haven't seen before, liking it and retweeting it, right? Starfield's going to be living on for a long ass time, man.
Out of all those games, I mean, really, I think at the Game Awards, all the Game of the Year nominees, the only one I could really feel like has those kind of legs would be Baldur's Gate 3 as well, right? But besides that, Starfield's going to be a game that's going to live on and people are going to be talking about for a decade, and it really will be. I've taken a break from it too, just because there's been so much other stuff. And I've been playing Forza Motorsport. I checked out the
the new update on that too, haven't you?
Yeah, I checked out the new update. I've been playing that off and on and still loving it. There's some things I want them to improve on over time in Forza, but overall the on track racing and all that stuff is still by far the best. And Diablo 4 is still so good too, and Halo Infinite actually dived into to that today.
Ooh, did you okay?
Yeah. when I wasn't on Boom Show earlier, while I was working on the PC, while things were working in the background here, I actually was just booted up Halo Infinite, and because I have the Halo 3 stuff there right now, so there's a whole Halo 3 playlist now, and oh my god, dude, it is so amazing. Good. Oh yeah, it is like it is just like going back in time, but these new maps, like the remakes of them, are so good.
Yeah,
so freaking good. And another thing I did is I had been neglecting Battlefield because, all these other games. So I installed Battlefield again, 2042, and to check out the new redacted map.
Yeah.
And that map is a fucking slaughter fest, bro.
I saw you talking to Jasper in the DMs about
this.
Yeah.
It is insane. I mean, the first game I loaded into, it was already like in progress, and there was just smoke and bullets. I couldn't see anything else but smoke and bullets, and that's what that map is. If you like smoke and bullets, you're gonna love that new map, dude, because it is insane. It's like classic Battlefield. That
would be a great name for an expansion, bro, by the way.
Smoke and bullets.
Yeah. I love that.
How about a name for a game? Yeah, or a movie. Yeah.
yeah.
Smoke and bullets. Dude.
I love it. Copyright that shit, bro.
That's what it was. It's just smoke and bullets. It's nighttime, it's like inside and outside a little bit, and it's like it's just chaos on another level, bro. So like there's just so much good shit to play right now. All this insane stuff, and the funny thing is, like, there's so many games that I haven't touched on, and a lot of those are the kind of games that's like I'll play them later when they're like on sale and all that stuff. But oddly enough, a lot of those are a lot of the ones nominated for Game of the Year and stuff, So it's just insane how much stuff there is. The backlog is immense. There's more stuff coming out still too.
And we've got all these games like you were just talking about, Mav, that keep getting updated. Age 4 just got updated again too, and has a whole new expansion to it as well. And like you were just talking about Halo Infinite, like that's the thing too nowadays, is these games that are ongoing. If you really enjoy them, it constantly gets updated so that you're playing something new or experiencing something different, or they enhance it some more, or they fix some of the problems and you go back in and it's like a new experience. That's what's happening more and more now. And it does get overwhelming. Again, I'm looking at my list of games and it's like, holy shit. And we're coming up on sales season. Normally Black Friday sales and stuff, I do grab a couple games, but this year I'm like, I was looking at Grand Theft Auto 4 for God's sakes, because it's on sale this week, and it's unlocked frames, and I haven't played it at 60 frames yet, right? Yeah. And I told you that 4 was good to me. It still doesn't live up to like Vice City for me, but 4 was the last one where I did kind of get into, right? And then kind of drift away. 5, I didn't click with 5 at all, so I just really didn't play it. But 4 I played a lot of, but I didn't even realize that it was unlocked frames until I started looking at it. And I'm like, wait, so this will run 60 frames locked, like solid on my Series X. I'm like, we got time to jump back into 4 again. I was like, I don't know, but it's just, it is
my favorite story.
I know you love 4. You love 4. Whereas I love Vice City's story, hands down. Yeah. It was fucking when Goodfellas was in it, like everything, right? It was such a freaking fantastic story. I just love Vice City, plus the music, plus the 80s, all that shit. But yeah, man, it is pretty incredible the amount of content we're getting. And next year is going to be the same. And obviously, we're going to talk about the Game Awards and all the nominations and, kind of what happened this year. We knew this year was going to be a slaughter fest. We knew that there was going to be games that were going to get left off. But we're going to talk about some glaring ones, personally, and just kind of take a step back as well. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, man, we have so many games to play right now. If you're a gamer in this community and everybody in the chat right now, I think no matter what you're playing, no matter what your style play is, no matter, your favorite genres, there's like 10 plus games you could probably download right now, right? It's just insane what we're getting. And why I call it the golden age, why Mav and I both said it was the golden age coming into this generation. It's turning out to be true. So crazy, crazy times, man. What a great start to the show. Do we have any super chats or anything to get to before I shout out the chat?
No, let's just shout everybody out,
cool.
bro.
I'm going to shout out this amazing chat. Again, we've got nearly 150 people in here. If you have not hit that like button, please do so. Again, Mav and I don't do this often or ask for this, but again, it does help the show get out there to more people. We've been growing PM and the PM for the past nearly 100 episodes, and it's been absolutely insane, and that's all due to your help. So please, if you haven't hit that like button, please do so. If you got a second, you can share it out, do that as well. But again, the incredible people joining us right now. Love to see these names. Prince Green, what is going on? Says hit the like button. Thank you, Prince Green. Great to see you in here. Why so serious? I see you in here. Silver Lab guy jumping in here. Starfuel will be a perma install on my storage. You and me both agreed. Poison Maniac in here. We got Spartan 661. We got the one, the only Tony Grasso in the house. What's going on, Tony Grasso? The blue one is in here. What's going on, the blue one? We got the amazing, the wonderful Web Dave in the house. If you haven't checked out his channel and all the stuff he's got going on, please go check out Web Dave. Always an incredible dude. Abdel114, talk that shit. That's right, Abdel. We will be doing that shortly here as well. We got Niturnal in the house. What's going on? We got Spartan 13. What is going down? Great to see you in here. Ghost Fixter in the house. We got OCDgamer, of course, dropping on in here. Thank you, OCD. We got DJD925. What is happening? We got the incredible, the one, the only, the Black Viking. And if you guys aren't following him on the X, you probably should. Again, depending on your opinion of a little console warring here and there. Love the Black Viking and some of his content. Keep doing your thing, man. Appreciate you dropping in here, brother. Who else we got in here? We got Def Leppard in the house. We got James in the house. We got Donnie Skills. What's going on? Do the damn thing. Mav and I are going to do the damn thing. Thank you very much. Charlie Hustle. What is going on, brother? Always great to see you in here. We got Sasquatch in Time. What is going on, Sasquatch in Time? Love the name. We got Cyberwulff jumping in here. We got the Beer Baron in here. We got it's TiMMEH. It's TiMMEH's in the house. We got the Hooded Canuck dropping on in here as always. We got Eastside Vando. What's going on, brother? Great to have you a part of our show. Thank you for dropping in the chat. We got Raid Zafar. What is going down, Raid? We got God Emperor Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? Great to see you jumping in the chat and saying hi. We got the one, the only Talos Re in the house. What's going on, Talos? We got Ray Oid in the house. We got Onion Bro in the house. What's going on, Onion? We got Go Poe in the house. What's going on, Go? We got Masshold 1977, of course, showing his face in the chat and dropping a hi. What's going on? We got Game Shark in the house. Golden Age. That's right, Game Shark. It is the golden age of gaming. We got who else we got in here? We got Amit Kumar. What's going on, Amit? We got Jay Rember. What's going on, brother? Always great to have you a part of the show. Let's see who else we got in here. We got the one and only Nate Dog. What is going on, Nate? Great to see your face in here. Appreciate you and the support. We got Big Mad Mo in the house. What's going on, Big Mad Mo? Love to see it, man. We got Mitchy Pook 6 in the house. What's going on, Mitchy Pook? Great to have you a part of our show. We got the one and only Sanchez MTZ Gaming dropping on in here. Great to see you, Sanchez. Thank you so much for joining our show. We got the beautiful Miss Kaitlin, who again did a just as always. It's just a thing now. The thumbnails are always fantastic from this woman. Shout out to you, Kaitlin. Thank you so much for all that you do behind the scenes, as always, and sharing out the show prior to me and Mav being able to. Love you. Thank you. Who else we got in here? We got Magnum Westward in the house. What's going on, Magnum? We got Sin in the house. What's going on, Sin? We got Wilfrey Rosario, always checking out the shows. Appreciate you, Wilfrey. We got the Young Hebrew in here. What's going on, Young Hebrew? Great to have you joining us tonight on a beautiful Thursday. We got the RDM in the house. What's going on, RDM? Always great to have you in here. We got the actually won. We got the brother from another, Lore Master Jasper in the house. What's going on? Shout out to the Jaspy. What's going on, Jaspy? Who else? Oh, we got the other brother from another dropping on in here. The one, the only 3-bit is in the house. What's going on, 3-bit? And no, 3-bit, I saw your comment earlier. We are not buying donuts for everybody. Okay, period, point blank. We're not buying donuts. I'll put that on your credit card. So send the information in the DMs. Who else we got in here? We got, let's see.
You'll see a lot of new names too today.
Yeah, a lot of good, cool new names in here. Again, it's that time of year, man. Hypes up. Lots of games dropping. It's great to see. That's why I said, guys, hit that like button, share us out, reach more people. That's what it's all about, the community. And you guys know how we do here. We love our community. Our community is much a part of this show as Mav and I are, or as the family is on Xbox Ultimate or on FSP. You guys make the show go. So again, the more people we get in here with the same kind of positive mentality, having good discussions, don't always have to agree, but having conversation, that's what we started this show for. So thank you all for dropping in here. We got Fastback OGNLG. What is going on, brother Chris? Always fantastic to see you, sir. Glad to have you on our show. We got the one and the only Decado in here as well. What's going on, Decado? Always dropping in. We got ADM in here. What's going on, ADM? Thank you so much for spending time with me and Mav tonight. We got BT Maverick 707, trying to steal your name, Mav, but BT Maverick's in the house. What's going on, BT? We got the Truth Serum in here. What is going on, Truth Serum? Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. That's as far back as I can go. Let's see who we got down in the bottom. Oh, of course, the one and only Polly Baba's got to drop on in here. What's going on, Polly? Great to have you in the show as well. Nate Dogg says, when do we think Hellblade and Avowed release respectively? Pong Soul, fun speculation after that Matt Booty interview. We will save that, Nate Dogg. We will speculate a little bit on that as soon as we get rolling here. So let's hold on to that one. Great question too, Nate Dogg. Appreciate it. I think we got Elijah Vasquez jumping in here. We got Dirk Makowski jumping in here. Makuski. I think it's Makuski. Let's go, Dirk. Mav love guys named Dirk. So you're in the right spot.
Yeah.
Who else we got here?
One of the goats of all time is named Dirk.
That's right. And we have the full named gentleman in here tonight. I always love when this dude drops into our chat. Oscar Emilio A. Gonzalez. What is going on, Oscar? Always love to see your name dropping in here. Thank you, sir, for stopping by and saying hi. I think I've got as many names. If I missed you, I still love you. Know that. If you're lurking, if you don't jump in the chat, again, Mav and I appreciate you so much, whether you're here for 5 minutes, whether you guys spend the whole time with us, doesn't matter. If you're listening to us in the future as well, same love and respect to all of you. Again, you guys make the show what it is. Spooky TBG dropping in here. What's going on, brother? Always great to see you, sir. Hope you and the fam are doing well. It's been a while since we touched base. Busy, man. But I hope you and the fam are doing extremely well. Perluz is in the house. What's going on, Perluz? I see you dropping in here late. What's going on? And we got the one and only Phantom Kraken, Joey from WBG. Great post today. Was going to mention this later when we're talking about the VGAs or the TGAs, I should say. But great find today, Joey, by the way. Shout out to you for finding that clip of Major Nelson. We will be touching on that, but appreciate that, brother. And I think, yep, we are all caught up now. So,
It's we got awesome people here, man.
Just, bro,
what an
crazy.
Awesome community. Thank you all. Even the people that watch and don't ever partake or whatever, or just leave a comment later. Appreciate you all. Even if you shit talk me in the comments, which has happened, especially after our Monday episode. Appreciate you guys as well. Just lots of awesome dialogue and people here hanging out each and every week. Amazing. Oh, brother Psychonauts. I see you in here. Did I miss you, brother Psychonauts? I apologize, brother. I didn't see your name as I was scrolling through. I can only go back so far. Great to see brother Psychonauts. Brother from another Psychonauts who's on the front lines at the GameStop. That's right. All right. Buzz, what's going on? I see you dropping in here. Oh, we got a 5 bomb. Early 5 bomb. Decado is showing everybody right now in the chat how it's done here, how to get that subscription train rolling. That's right. Wink, wink. Today is a good day, folks. We got 150 in chat. Wink, wink, to drop some subs. That's right. It's a great day, right? Slow news week. You're all in here. We're just going to be chilling, me and Mav, right? Wink, wink. It's time to drop some subs, man. Your goal this month
has been increased. I'm sorry to say, folks, but again, we want to keep the ads off this show. So your goal for our show is 885 subs now with Decato's generous donation. So again, if you were gifted a sub and you feel like, hey, we're almost upon Thanksgiving, it's almost Christmas time, and you want to give back, we absolutely 100% support giving back those subs. Thank you, Decato, for showing everybody how it's done in here with the 5 bomb. All right.
That was maybe the best one you've done yet so far.
His wink
that
wink
one
stuff.
Was that one that one that was like today was a good day for gifteds.
Wink wink.
Like
today is a good day for gifted.
Like,
yeah.
What? Oh my god. That guy. That guy.
For anybody new in here,
appreciate you so much.
Yeah, absolutely 1000% appreciate Decato. You guys know how much we appreciate it. For anybody new, because we do have new names in here. No, we are not that channel that e-bags. Okay, we are not that channel at all. We don't do that here. It is a shtick based upon somebody else in this community who likes to e-bag a lot. So when anybody drops some subs, I go into my shtick mode and give it to you all. But no, you won't be hearing that on a serious note from us at all. Appreciate all of you, whether you do anything for this channel, whether you just join us, it doesn't matter. It's all the same to me and Mav. We're not that channel. So I just want to make that clear for all the new people in here. Let's see here. All right, Mav. Should we just jump in? I mean, we've got. Let's just
dive right in, man.
We got a full house. We've obviously got what the thumbnail was, which has been the absolute, I don't know what you want to call it, craziness, of course, because this community never fails week in and week out to provide some kind of craziness. But we knew this week with the Chiles, the nominees for the Game Awards being announced on Monday that this was going to happen. I
expected it from the Game of the Year, right? Because there's just so much stuff in it. Like something was going to get left out. We did a predictions on Xbox Ultimate last week, and both. I think you left Starfield out of the Game of the Year prediction for the nominees as well. Just because
I actually hit on everything, except for Resident Evil 4. But I talked about Resident Evil 4 potentially. That was one of my alternate, right? If they're going to put a remake in there, Resident Evil 4 could be in there. But I hit on the 2 Nintendo games during that
for sure,
which not everybody believed was going to be there. But anyways,
it's the surprising thing though for me was the categories and some of the nominations for the categories and stuff. Like it got a little crazier than I anticipated, but it is what it is, I guess. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but I think they want it to matter. So that's why it maybe does matter in a weird way. You know what I mean?
There is, let's talk, before we dive into the different nominees and let's talk about this, man. Let's talk about in general some comments that I've heard about from this community, from the circus to normal people, and kind of the varying opinions that we've had on what you as a gamer should or shouldn't do, or should or shouldn't believe when it comes to the Game Awards or any of these awards. Mm-hmm. It's a similar conversation that we have with reviews, because that's what a lot of this is based upon anyway. So we hear some of this language, but I think it is interesting, man, how people take extremes on both sides. And this is normal nowadays, especially on social media, and especially for this community. I mean, again, I've been a part of other communities, folks. Never thought the video games would match up drama-wise to some of the other communities I was a part of, just because some of the other communities were much more serious topics. But let me tell you, this community does not fail in that department. Like, I am still flabbergasted on days when I scroll through my feed, a curated feed, mind you, and see what I see out here in this community. It's crazy, but this is humanity right now. This is where we're at in a lot of ways. But let's talk about the Game Awards here, Matt. Generally speaking, I've been told, and again, I'm not saying this directly, but I'm just saying from what I've seen, I've been told that no gamer worth their salt should care about the Game Awards one way or the other, period, point blank, that they're worthless. Okay. I've been told that discussing games that were potentially left off is a conspiracy theory bordering on some of your biggest political conspiracy theories out there. I actually saw somebody correlate politics with the Game Awards. These kind of extreme takes, I think, as I always say, nothing is ever utopian. Nothing is ever dystopian. It always falls somewhere in the middle in real life. It's never black or white, but everybody nowadays likes to take these extreme stances. I got to say this, man, when it comes to the Game Awards, the thing I do care about, and I've talked about this before in reviews, whether I like it or not, reviews matter. Now, again, we're going to get into more of that because I will once again pound the table that there has to be a standardized and certified review process before any of this nonsense is going to go away to any degree. But I will say that as a gamer and somebody who is in this community, that means I am at the top 1% and everybody else here is included in this. If you're watching shows, if you're communicating on Twitter about video games during the day, if you're watching the news about video games, you are in the top 1% of the passionate people for this industry. If you are that, you are naturally going to be inclined to think about the bigger picture. Not everybody, but a lot of people will be inclined to think about the bigger picture. And when it comes to reviews and when it comes to the Game Awards, if there is a game that I love, okay, and I'm going to take the personal stuff out of this, but if there's a game I love, Mav, I want that game to be successful on all levels, right? Because that means, because this is a business, everybody, I hope everybody realizes that now, that nobody is out here besides maybe some of the small indie teams that are making these games primarily because they just want to give us a game. These games don't come free. There's always a cost associated with this. This is a business. And from that business, especially on the AAA side, if I love a big game and I want them to continue to make that big game, or I want a sequel for that big game, or I want that big game to be supported, there is some interest in having it be successful in the reviews, and there is some interest in having it be successful at a Game Awards, because the more flowers that game gets from those places, the better the chance is that the publisher and the developer are going to go back to that game and go back to that world and give us more.
Also, it has an effect, Pong, on like word of mouth, right?
Yes.
Like about helping the game succeed based on, you know, the talk about it, right?
100%, man. Word of mouth as well. Because again, if you're like me and Mav, or many of you in our chat, again, I don't know all of you personally, so I don't know what your habits are. I don't know how you feel about this stuff. But I'm going to guess that most of us here don't just follow reviews or don't just follow awards and let those places be what determines what we play. We play games that we want to play, right? We play games that Starfield getting 80s doesn't stop me from calling it a masterpiece or game of the year or my game of the generation. Okay. That's my opinion. That's how I feel about the game, and nobody else is going to knock me off that hill. Okay. If my opinion changes as I play the game, that's my right to change my opinion as I play the game, but it's going to be from my experience, nobody else's. So we're all in that. A lot of us are all in that boat, but there is a wider audience who still does let reviewers, let Game Awards shows dictate how or what they're going to play along with their friends and their peers and that kind of stuff. They still allow that influence to happen. So there still is, whether we like it or not, an importance to a lot of this stuff. And I think that's where a lot of this conversation comes from. Sure, some of it is going to be console warring nonsense. Of course. Again, those people will tell you that they're just defending their favorite piece of plastic, that they just want their team to be doing the best. So of course they're going to battle it out, just like in sports or anything else. I've heard all that. That's why I don't necessarily do rants about that anymore, because, hey, that's your energy. You go put it where you want to. That's fine. But I will say that in general, Mav, I think that these places do have an importance. Now, from your standpoint, Mav, these extreme takes that if you're a gamer, you shouldn't care about any of this. Just don't watch the Game Awards. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Go play your favorite game. All that matters is your game of the year. That's a line that's used a lot. Mm-hmm. Whatever your game of the year is that's all that matters at the end of the day. To, my God, you guys are talking about this. It's a conspiracy theory when it comes to Xbox tax or whatever you want to call it. This is borderline political conspiracy theories. Oh my God. Yeah. This is, I think that, and I want to know how you feel, Mav. Mm-hmm. And obviously I know how you feel, but I want you to get your impressions on it, because obviously you do talk about this stuff. You guys just had a long conversation on FSP about it that riled a bunch of people up. But in generally speaking, do you think as gamers, we should care about these Game Awards, whether it's the Keeleys, whether it's the Golden Joysticks, whether it's the BAFTAs? I don't care which award. I don't care. But do you think in general that gamers should have this level of interest, or should we dismiss them? Like a lot of people think we should, and just never talk about them and never discuss what games were snubbed in our opinion. What do you think, Matt?
So there's two levels to this, right? There's the personal level where do you care personally about, like, if this gets snubbed, is it going to affect your own opinion of the game, right? Like, is it a slight to you personally or whatever and all that? I say no, right? But to say it doesn't matter is not a true statement. Like, just because it does matter, right? Like, these Game Awards, regardless of what we think about Keeley and how, you know, some of the things that goes on, how he has the show set up and all this kind of stuff, and what the show's actually all about, which is about marketing and all that kind of stuff, right? Obviously. Otherwise it would be in January or February. Is the most watched video game event usually every year. Is that he's turned it into that, you know? And a big cornerstone to draw that attraction originally was the fact that it was based around awards. Then we also get excited for the reveals and everything that's going to be there. And that's what draws a lot of people in now. And that's what they kind of go hand in hand, right? Like, yeah, we watch mainly for the announcements and to see what's going to be shown. But because of the amount of audience that's there, it's a chance for those developers and for the people that make those games to really shine a light on them, right? And for that reason, it does matter. And it does matter for the attention that it brings to the devs, for the attention that it brings to the games, and the overall perception of what people are like and what they're playing. It has an impact, right? That's why you see games sold the next year with Game of the Year edition, or like Game of the Year on the box and all that kind of stuff, because it's a prestigious thing for them, but they're able to prop that up and use that as a selling tool. Like, look what we did. We made the Game of the Year. Like, it all goes hand in hand with marketing and attention, word of mouth, perception. Now, where the issue is there's a big disconnect between what the actual gamer feelings are a lot of times and what the media portrays, right? Yep. And the issue with the Game Awards is that it's decided by that same media that inherently is supposed to be speaking kind of as an informative media towards consumers, right?
They're supposed to be the authoritative.
Right. And that's kind of what
because they're professionals, right?
That's kind of what they present themselves as well, You know what I mean? Like, so when you have these people that there's such a disconnect between what their personal interests and feelings are and then what the massive amount of gamers are actually playing and interested in, you get weird nonsense happen in these awards, and it kind of makes you look back and be like, what the fuck happened? How are these things? And I'm not talking necessarily about Game of the Year. I'm talking about all the way. You can go all the way down the line through the categories, right?
We will.
And then what becomes all of a sudden a reality of the industry, because it has been said so now by the games media, which is supposed to speak for the gamers and kind of be the informative people that are supposed to kind of have the stamp of approval on different things and all this kind of stuff. And this is kind of what it's presented as. So much so that now prominent people in the community and gamers and all these things are like, it's a problem that Xbox doesn't have a game in Game of the Year, right? It's all of a sudden a problem. Well, who decides that? Again, games media gets the vote. The same games media that also puts out the review scores. The same games media that also has things like putting a 4 on Starfield for them thinking Bethesda doesn't like trans people. That's why that game has a 4, and it's actually accounted for, and it actually dropped the score on Metacritic. But these same kind of people and outlets are the ones that are actually voting on the Game Awards. So there's a broken system here, and I feel like it does matter to the extent that this is the biggest show, and we want to see the things that have the right to succeed, or the that deserve their praise and deserve accolades and all these things shown in that regard, so that way we get more of those things and they are celebrated. Correct. Instead of thought of as less than the rest, right? And that's what happens. So it matters. Whether it matters to me personally about what I'm going to enjoy, doesn't matter a damn thing. I know what I'm going to enjoy. There's a lot of people that don't know what they're going to enjoy, unfortunately, though. And let conversation, let hearsay, let reviews, let word of mouth, let Game Award nominations, let Game Award recipients, all these other kind of things affect their perception on the industry. And that is what me and you talk about a lot when it comes to games media, and the problem that persists within that there's a greater issue at hand here, right? And so for me, when I see the Game Awards now, and we look at the nominees list that came out that was kind of crazy, it honestly is a reflection on games media.
Yes.
Because that's whose votes. And we see it, and it's like, okay, well, obviously, I should have thought about this more, but if games media is broken, which I've been thinking has been for a long time, objectivity is gone, it's dead, right? Now we see what happens when the same broken system is the same broken system that is putting the nominations forward. So anyway, I try to say that without getting too crazy about it, but like it's how I see it, man. It's like,
it's a fair take. It's a valid take, Mav. At the end of the day, because again, there is a discussion. The other part about people these days is that they want to shut down conversations, and we can't have open dialogue. It's crazy to me that I can put out a post about the Game Awards, and all I said was one of the greatest years in gaming, if not the GOAT year in gaming history. And 2 Nintendo games and a remake. And I said, looks at the media, checks out. That's how easy my predictions were. And that's not good in one of the greatest years in video game history. My post had nothing to do with Xbox. It had nothing to do with Starfield. As Mav said last week prediction show, and even prior to that, I said, I think they're going to leave it off. That Starfield isn't going to. My post had nothing to do with that. There are other games as deserving to be in that conversation. And all I was simply pointing out of the greatest year of gaming, you're going to put in 2 Nintendo games and you're going to put in a Resident Evil 4 remake game. That shows how easy it is to read the people that Mav was just talking about that are supposedly the authoritative voices of the industry. Because
and
they've
why
been
are they
given
authoritative? Because they have a vote.
Right, because they have a vote. Correct.
Exactly. And they get to decide the scores that go on meta and all these other kind of things, which then inherently even involves people's pay. You know what I mean? Like there's levels to this that where it matters.
There are massive levels, Mav. There really are. And this is why I've gotten to the point now where I simply laugh at a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Or chuckle because I want them to keep throwing gasoline on the fire, Mav, because the voices for change keep getting louder and louder and louder because there is no transparency. Now, I've also heard this argument too, Mav, about games. And Steele is a big proponent of this. Shout out to Everborn Saga, who was the first one I ever heard say this. He kind of stopped saying it over time, but Steele keeps talking about it. And I saw people bringing this up at a point. Well, games are art and should be, that are subjective. And it's always going to be that way, no matter what you try to do with it. Now, I agree, obviously. At their core, video games are art, right? What we visually see, what we hear musically, all of that is creation. That is art, in my opinion, as well. However, the difference I will state, in my opinion, as far as when it comes to the line, is the difference between a painting that can be very subjective depending on who looks at it, and that painting would be like graphics and art direction that we see in video games, right? That will always be subjective if you like it or not. But video games also are very technical, and there are things that can factually be measured when it comes to a game, such as performance, such as the mechanics in a game. Do they perform well? Response times. There are very technical things that necessarily you're not going to look at a Van Gogh and say, ooh, really wish he wouldn't have used that brush stroke there. That brush stroke is off.
Yeah.
That's not how art works, right? So when it comes to video games, there are measurable things that I think
quality across different categories.
Correct. Yeah. That can be standardized, that can be certified. We've talked about before, Matt. Certain games are forgiven for performance issues versus other games. Why is that? There's no transparency, and that relates to the Game Awards because we don't have any transparency from Keighley or anybody. Anybody. Again, take. I just go back to the Keighleys because this is what we're talking about tonight. But again, take any Game Awards. There is no transparency as to what they're actually looking at when they're judging this. And we know, we do know, Mav, that like you stated, the same reviewers who randomly or seemingly randomly give scores to certain games are the same ones voting. So of course, some of these categories, some of these nominees are going to look very random to us as to why they got so many votes. Again, whatever it is, I think it's 140, 150, I think, something like that.
I think
voters.
It's 120. Like,
is it 120?
Okay.
And
after looking into it's like supposed to be like outlets get a vote. So it's like they're supposed to be like a consensus within that outlet of what nominees they put forward. But we
know the reality is, Mav, that's not true. We've got reason to believe. We've got people that have pulled IGN's own statements about how their reviews are done and showing hypocritical situations amongst their own rules that they have written for the reviewers. So we know that in reality, that doesn't happen here. That's why I say we got to have a certified, standardized group of individuals who are considered and have a baseline of rules that we all see, that we all understand as gamers, that do make their actual scores worthwhile versus, oh, it's just me and Mav, we just don't get paid for it, randomly reviewing a game and throwing a score on. They're slapping a score on it. And I want to touch on this real quick, Mav. I want to touch on this. When it comes to Xbox tax, And again, I said that I didn't think that Starfield would be nominated. Okay. I knew that. But let's just talk in general. Xbox tax, that was what's trending this week, whether you like to call it that or not. It doesn't matter. We've spoken about it many times. Many people rightfully pointed out it was one of the first thoughts I had in my head when the discourse started. And I want to know your thoughts on this, Matt. If we are all, or let's say, if we are the majority of people who follow this industry are going to agree that Hogwarts Legacy was completely snubbed out of the Game Awards for biased reasons, then you can't go back and say, oh, but that's the only one. You can't go back and say, oh, but that's a special situation. So no, when it comes to Xbox or any of the other games that got left off, people are biased. That's a conspiracy theory. If you are going to acknowledge the fact that Hogwarts Legacy, whether you think it should have been a game of the year or whether you think it should have been up for art direction or music, wherever you think Hogwarts, it's the best-selling game of 2023. It was highly rated, despite the controversy, might I add, which definitely dropped it 5 to 10 points. Okay, from where it probably would have been had it not had the controversy associated with it. If you can agree to that, then there is no way in hell that you can turn around with a straight face and tell me, yeah, but that's only one time. They're legit neutral on everything else. Yeah. No. What do you think about that one, Matt?
Okay, so this is one of my favorite arguments that seems to be made, because whenever I talk about objectivity is dead in games media, right? The number one thing is like, well, gaming is subjective. Like art subjective, reviews are subjective. When people play games, it's subjective, and of course, people are going to have biases, and of course, people are going to have preferences and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah, I understand, right?
Yep.
But those same people are also the same people claiming there's no Xbox bias.
Correct.
So does the ability for these people to have biases and preferences exist, or do they not?
Yes.
There's either one answer here, right? Is either it's subjective, and when in that place where you're looking at that way, preferences and all those things come into play, right? Or nothing is subjective and it's all objective, which we know it's not, because otherwise all these reviews wouldn't be based on personal feelings. So, therefore, it's very subjective. And as long as it is subjective, then there's preferences and bias put in place. Now, you look at the people that are reviewing the games and the people that are playing the games.
Correct.
When it comes to Xbox tax, just honestly, most of them do not give one shit about the Xbox ecosystem and the platform. You see it time and time again. You also see multiple points of evidence where they put their negative views and thoughts out there towards that brand and that ecosystem. Hence, then you see the reflections on the scores and all these kind of things. And then to act surprised, I'm not, when things happen at the Game Awards and things get left out where people are like, oh, it's a problem because Xbox doesn't have these games in there. You got to look at who's fucking judging it and realize that most of these games media and all these people don't give a shit about Xbox in the first place. That's the subjectiveness coming through that you claim does exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing that used to be a hallmark of games reviews and games media and in all media in general, because this isn't just a games problem. This is also an all media problem. However, it has seeped into gaming more and more and more over the last several years as bigger corporations own these big games media sites, and it's more about clicks, and they don't really kind of care about objectivity anymore. The hallmark of being a reviewer back in the day, and being a good journalist and being a good ad game media was the ability to try and be objective. That I did I live in a time where that was existed, because I clearly remember this. Like that was basically like almost like a criteria of respect and integrity of the industry to try and remain objective. Now, what does that mean? It means putting aside biases. It means putting aside preferences as much as possible to be able to look through things as in an informative lens, to be able to let people understand and know what the product is that you're presenting, that you're grading or whatever. Now, some magazines and some websites and stuff used to do this better. I shared one the other day, like GamePro, right? It used to be one of my favorites, right?
Yep.
They had different categories and all this stuff. People act like, oh, this is asinine for you to suggest that they have different categories where they judge based on quality and all these things. Now it's just all about personal feelings. How could you possibly say that? It's all subjective. This used to exist. They used to do these things. This used to be the norm in the gaming industry.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not. Just like most other media, it's all personal opinion and preference and feelings about the person playing the game, which to me doesn't serve anybody other than the person writing themselves. And also the website in which they're writing for, which a lot of things get more attention because of the dramatic opinions that are shared in a lot of these. So you can't have both. You can't, like, obviously it's a thing that exists, right? Like either you're saying that there's no biases or there are. There are clearly biases. The problem is that obviously the Xbox tax to me is just the fact that a lot of these companies and people that are playing these games, reviewing them, actually just don't like Xbox and don't like a lot of the games that they play and the kinds of games that are on the platform. And it's not to say it's a quality problem with a lot of these things, which has been presented as. The problem with it is when you all of a sudden are not nominated for things, or you have certain scores or whatever, all of a sudden it's a quality problem. But is it a quality problem or is it a preference problem? Because it's subjective, right? So just everybody get their shit straight. Is it subjective or is it not? I don't understand. The thing is that you can be objective about things that are subjective, where you can actually look at things from an outside lens and you can judge them based on your personal preference or biases that may be inherently there, but you can try and put those as much aside as possible and still give your opinion, which is still going to be different than most other people's. And so you still have different scores, even though you're trying to remain objective, right? But that has gone out the window. There is no more objectivity. It is no more. It is all just 100% personal feelings be brought out there. And it can go to something as stupid as not enough space exploration and something, or like not enough like this or not enough that. And based on biases and types of games that people want to play, right? As opposed to presenting, and I've made this argument several times, people have heard me say it, review the game for what it is. Not what you thought it could be or what it should be or what somebody else told you it was going to be or another game that's in a different genre that you like. Take the game, play it. What's your experience, right? What is it? How does it look? How are the graphics? How is the sound design? How is the art style? And how replayable is it? How fun is it? All these different aspects, right? Instead, this all gets laid out the wayside as in like, oh, this is outdated to you. But for me, they push this forward, right?
Let me give you an example, Matt. Matt, let me give you a perfect example right here, because I was going to bring this up anyways, but you just laid it out right there. Why is Starfield called archaic and trapped in a previous time, right? And criticized and having scores lowered as one of the reasons there. But 2D Mario comes along. 2D Mario comes along, does the exact same damn game.
Mind-blowing. Never seen
from 40 years ago, does the same damn game, but they upped the graphic quality. They changed a couple mechanics, made an elephant Mario now instead. and it can still score 90s, and it's not trapped in the past. Why? Because it's beloved. But weren't Bethesda games beloved? Didn't they win multiple Game of the Year awards? Isn't Skyrim considered one of the GOATs by the majority of people? Fallout 3, Oblivion. But now, because they improved the Creation Engine 2, bring the graphics up, add new mechanics, whole new scope of a game, but you're going to call that trapped in a time warp. But 2D Mario, oh, hell no. Best 2D Mario we've ever gotten in a long ass time, 90s. Again, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. I don't have a problem with people loving Mario, but why is it different for Nintendo than it is now for, oh, I'm sorry, Bethesda is no longer third party?
Well, this takes it to the other question is like, it's like who's reviewing the game? Do they like Bethesda games? Do they like that style?
Some people claim they love Bethesda games, man.
Well, that was the most Bethesda-ass game I've ever played. It was like Bethesda times 10. Like,
you don't have to think it is the greatest game of all time. You don't have to think like Mav and I do. But to punish it for being a Bethesda game and saying that it's trapped in a time warp. Now, again, I hear the people that say the exploration wasn't what they were looking for. That's fine. You can have those. But is that now all of a sudden the loading screens are a problem? Again, how long you guys been playing video games for? So those two things, the exploration didn't feel right, didn't like the procedural generated areas and the loading screens. And space travel. You can't really fly your ship. Those were enough to take away from the underlying Bethesda experience that is there to the degree where you're giving it 6s or 7s or 5s or 4s. Again, why all of a sudden? Why is that and all of a sudden trapped in a time? Why is that a problem now that Bethesda gave us a Bethesda game?
Because it doesn't matter for certain games, Pong.
Right.
It doesn't matter for certain types of games. All of a sudden, you're 100% like on the money with this, right? And this is why I brought that up with Starfield seeming outdated. It's like personal preference thing. Like somebody don't want to play a Bethesda type game anymore. They want to play an more actiony, just action ass game, or they want to play a more close like story, just bookend to bookend experience instead of having this massive open thing that you can do whatever the hell you want with, right? And like that was the main thing for me with that game. And you look at it, you made a perfect example of Mario because that's the most samey shit there is, right? But I don't mind it. Like I celebrate that because that's what they do. Are we asking them to go like turn Mario into like an action shooter? Like no, like you make it Mario. Like I was happy about that. Why would people expect Bethesda and in any other? This doesn't just go for them, but any other game. I've had the same argument with you about Far Cry. Not argument with you, but conversation with you about Far Cry. When Far Cry 6 was shown, people were like, "Oh, it's so dated. Like they need to change everything completely and just start over from scratch." I'm like, it's fucking Far Cry. Like it's a Far Cry game. Right. Like if they made that genre, right? Like the open world first person shooter, that was Far Cry's creation pretty much. It was Crytek made that and the Cry engine with Far Cry 1 and since then Far Cry kept going and going. So what do you want to change it to? Because it's Far Cry, right? And I understand they need to make improvements in different areas and all this kind of stuff, but like saying the formula is dated on somebody that created the formula, right? Like Bethesda created this formula, they created this style of game. And it's like pushing it forward more than I've ever seen them push forward before. And not just in those elements, but also with the actual gameplay mechanics they put in there too. Instead, it wasn't celebrated as like, oh, Bethesda's back. This is like amazing. We haven't had one of these kind of games since Skyrim. Yeah. Oh, it's great. I love this style of game again. You know, hey, nostalgia trip, right? Another example, right, of something that's a dated formula, but is celebrated. Why not? What is probably going to win Game of the Year was something I love, and I was super happy to come back in Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
That's a classic CRPG, PC RPG, Western RPG through and through. We've seen it from the original Baldur's Gates. We've seen it from numerous other CRPGs. We've seen it from now Larian with Divinity 1 and 2, and now Baldur's Gate 3. Yet, why did we celebrate it? Because they did it better than anybody else, right? They did it
to another level.
To another level, right?
Right.
Starfield, Bethesda themselves better than they've ever Bethesda'd, yet is just a tired formula. Like I don't.
Correct.
So it's like I don't understand the conversations that take place a lot there. You know what I mean?
Different expectations, Mav. Different expectations are leveled to different developers, which is what Joey's clip from Major Nelson, right? From 2017. He was sitting down with Greg Miller. And somebody else was there. I didn't catch who else was there, but Greg Miller was there and he was being interviewed, and they asked him they brought it up as Xbox doesn't seem to be getting the credit that they deserve yet. And Major Nelson flat out said, and now you can sit here and say, well, lots changed in 6 years. It doesn't matter. Xbox themselves recognize the fact that they are treated differently, because Major Nelson said, we understand that different developers are going to have different expectations set for them versus us. Yeah. Right. He didn't shy away from it. And again, when we talk about Xbox tax or buy it, whatever you want to call it, it's not that all media hates Xbox. I'm not going to sit here and generalize and say all media. No, there's been reviews out there like Halo Infinite that got 10s from IGN. So again, there are people out there in the media that do appreciate Xbox, that do enjoy what Xbox does. Abso-freaking-lutely, of course there are. But now we got to talk about to what degree. Is it a big enough degree amongst the people's votes that do count that could affect these types of awards, that could affect reviews? Absolutely. I think there is enough. Another point I was going to bring up, Mav, the other thing you guys can look to is how many review copies are asked for by the reviewers for PlayStation versus Xbox. Oh, yeah. We see this all the time when it comes to third-party games.
Yeah, we know what they choose to play, right? No question about it, right?
Correct. And that has to count for part of this conversation, because if people naturally gravitate here, I'll make this analogy.
It's a call of preference, right? Like that's
Bold Alpha Wolfpack. We're going to get to your super chat here, man. Appreciate you. I see this big pink box up here. Unbelievable. We'll get to this in a minute. I want to make this a quick analogy here real quick for the old folks in the chat. I'm going to use 80s, early 90s high school rom-com movies. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of them. Popularity contests matter, right? And Sony and Nintendo, Sony's like the jock, okay, the quarterback, the high school quarterback at football, right? And we're talking about when it comes to voting for, let's say, prom king, okay? He's a high school quarterback. He does two things well. He quarterbacks well, and he parties well, right? And he's always got a cheerleader on his arm. He's always dating a cheerleader. He's that guy, okay? Nintendo is that outgoing guy, the class president, right? The dude who probably has one of the rich girls as his girlfriend, right? He's just that lovable guy that everybody likes, outgoing all the time, in a bunch of stuff, not necessarily has to be a jock. He's just that dude that's so cool that everybody just likes him. Xbox is that dismissible guy when it comes to popularity, when it comes to the media. He's that dismissible guy. He's that guy that maybe isn't necessarily at the bottom rung, right? He's not sitting alone at the lunch table, but he's the dismissible guy. And it's senior year. And the dismissible guy is kind of growing into his own, right? Kind of getting into his own, but he's still, people are cool with him. Some people don't like him. A lot of people do like him, but he's somewhat cool. But he comes into senior year and he says, I'm going to be prom king. And he needs that one thing that puts him over the top, right? He needs to be considered cool. And in high school, back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, it was going and getting one of the popular girls, right? Getting them to notice him. And if the popular girl, all of a sudden, she didn't have to be the most popular, but she had to be in that group. And all of a sudden, all of a sudden they take notice of him. And next thing you know, everybody else starts realizing, oh, who's this guy? Who is this guy? That's where Xbox is, in my opinion, right now. They're trying to get noticed, but it doesn't take away the fact that Sony and Nintendo are still the two competing for prom king every year when it comes to these award ceremonies. They're the most popular. The games media is the rest of the students in the high school who always just vote for those two guys whenever it comes to anything because they want to be a part of that cool kids conversation all the damn time. That's where we're at right now. And Xbox does need something. Again, not to say that they aren't deserving right now. I think they are deserving. And we're going to talk about the individual categories here about where some of that could have come into play. But overall, that's where they're losing still. And I think, they've got potential here next year for sure to be showing up on the scene, but they're going to have to show up to get over the hump, Mav. And I want your opinion on this, to get over this hump. Truly believe they got to have a game that's undeniable. And it's so undeniable.
Is like, what is that though? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. That's what I want your opinion on. Because in my opinion, Hellblade 2 has got the best chance at this because it falls into the category of games that people generally consider the premium experience, which is going to be the narrative third person game, right? So I think Hellblade 2, but they got to get this game that comes along where people, not only the media, but the gamers that get their hands on it are talking about it. And it's so well received that the games media doesn't have an opportunity to trash it or to knock it down or to take points off because it's on Xbox. Because if they do, they know they're going to get side-eyed even more. It's got to be one of those games where they can't deny it. What do you think about that, Mav?
It's a good question. I feel like it's almost like it doesn't matter. I feel like there's going to have to be more people celebrating the brand in general first, and acknowledging the value that's there and acknowledging that there are good games there and that these are quality things that we're playing and experiencing because they are. I mean, I don't see a lot of people that have Xboxes in the Xbox ecosystem that are part of this community complaining this year at all.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's been an insane fucking year, right? But you have the people that don't care about it, stay outside or aren't invested in it.
No.
Look at it from the outside and be like, yeah, they still don't have any good games because they didn't have a game nominated for Game of the Year or because Starfield had a 80 something or whatever, And for me, they had one of the best years ever I've seen from a publisher. As far as games just hitting, we've had so many, dude. There's been 10. It's still dropping some stuff, right? And I don't know what more they can do. I feel like maybe it is a Hellblade 2, right? But at the same time, is that just going to be next one in line that they just find some reason to hate on it?
And I see the chat saying that, and that could be the reality of the situation. And Rellskee, I'm not saying they got to be like everybody else. If you've heard us talk about this, no, I think that Xbox is in the right direction. What I'm saying is that in my opinion, Hellblade 2's got the most potential coming up. Avowed could come out and blow everything out of the water. I mean, again, I don't want them to be like so. That's the opposite of what we've always talked about. We love Xbox's diversity, and maybe that's the hump. Maybe it's not just one thing, Mav. Maybe they become undeniable in their own right because of their entire ecosystem and because of what they're doing with their acquisitions and because of the amount of content coming out. Maybe the shift happens in the media when in the wider audience, Xbox flips the tables in whatever way that is. Again, it doesn't have to be console sales, folks. It doesn't have to be console sales. But all of a sudden, maybe the wider world, right, that popularity contest that's out there in the wider audience of gamers, not just here in our community, flips over. And all of a sudden, there are more people in the Xbox ecosystem, so much so that the media has to change how they cover it. Right? Maybe that's when it happens. Maybe.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's interesting, man. It's a good conversation. I honestly feel like and maybe this is me just seeing it the way I see it. I don't know. Yeah. But I honestly feel like just these games media outlets, these big games media just got to stop hiring pretentious assholes. they have egos. They like the smell of their own shit too much, and they think that only the kind of games that they love matter, right? And that they've proven that based on their social media posts and the way they speak to people on social media and in defense of a lot of their reviews and stuff. They just think they know better than the rest of the gaming community. They think they know better what kind of games are the best, what kind of games should matter the most, and then also that their opinion is should be valued. And honestly, I just that's just what permeates a lot of them, the media outlets, and they're pretentious assholes, a lot of them. And you see some of those in the community as well, out there that have podcasts and shows and have influence out there to some people and spread their asshole message about like what I know what's best for everybody else, and I'm gonna keep saying that, and I'm gonna defend the bad things, and I'm going to shit on the good, right? Because that's just what they want to do. And until that changes, which I don't think it's going to change, it's always going to be an uphill battle. But the way that they can do it, I guess, if you want to get those pretentious assholes on your side, release a game that they can, like you said, undeniably not shit on, right? Because it's made for that kind of audience. That, hey, we're gonna gift wrap this fucking thing for you. This is like your kind of game, exactly how you like it. We're gonna out God of War just for you, dumb shit. Here you go. Now go give it your 10, but meanwhile we're also playing the other shit. I personally, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. It's the cool card mindshare effect.
It is.
And until they get their shit together, it's always gonna come across that way. A lot of these guys, they just need to pull their head out of their ass and experience more things and realize that there's other kind of games to play and judge fairly, right?
Right. Or don't, I don't know, man. Like I said, this is why I say there has to be a certified and standardized system. There has to be a group that is vetted, that a group that is awarded certification, that maybe even potentially paid in some way, shape, or form, or maybe the certification itself elevates them. But we have to have a system that the gamers understand, that the publishers and developers understand, and that the reviewers understand, and that this core group of reviewers are the ultimate scorers of those games. Because again, we've gotten to the point, and this is all media, we don't, like you said, Matt, we don't get many. And again, this isn't for every journalist out there, no matter what you're talking about. There's a group of journalists who still conduct themselves appropriately, but to a large degree, we have lost all objectivity in journalism. And that's the same for video games. And we've turned away from actually reviewing video games on not only the art factor, but the other factors that I talked about, which are factual, right? They are actual, gradable, digestible things that video games mechanically do that you can judge games on. And now we get to the point, we're at the point in 2023, and it started long ago, where certain franchises, certain devs, certain publishers are given a lot of slack when it comes to those mechanics and those measurable factors like performance. They are given more slack than others, and that affects review scores. And again, at the end of the day, as a gamer personally, doesn't matter to me. I play games that have been rated in the 40s and 50s and loved them. I don't care. But when it comes to bonuses tied to it for the developers, when it comes to the business side of things about whether or not somebody is going to invest back into that franchise for a sequel or for more content, from the standpoint of the wider audience that are still the casual gamers that are still influenced by this stuff, that causes sales or causes people to not buy, which ultimately does affect the business side. I think we need a better practice put into place when it comes to this industry, period.
For sure. Bold Alpha Wolfpack, I think, is with a
shout out to Bold Alpha.
Crazy over generous $50 super chat. Appreciate you so much. Says, it's not about Starfield winning. It's about the fact they denied Bethesda going all the way, knowing damn well how good it is. Todd Howard said Starfield dwarfs anything they've ever done. Consider the implication of what that entails. I think it's the most ambitious game this year. I think it's like I mean, but you know what? Like
some games are credited for being ambitious.
Yeah.
And then there's other instances where they're not.
Yeah. Instead of ambitious, it's
again
dated.
It's dated. It's archaic. It's trapped in a time warp. Yep.
But yeah, I'm not even upset that it didn't get a Game of the Year nomination.
No,
right?
I knew it wasn't going to.
Like,
I knew it wasn't.
Is the thing is, especially this year, with just so many damn games. But like, I feel like the lack of there's certain categories where it definitely got slighted on,
bro,
and where it was just doesn't make sense because, and this tells you more than anything, Pong, on those categories, that it's such an afterthought to the reviewers that they don't even consider it in some of the categories that it made the most sense for, period, without question.
Correct.
And that leads you to be like, what the fuck is happening here?
Right.
Like, they don't even like give it, like, they just games out of their mind. Like, it's just not even there. Right? They apparently so. Somebody wrote an article saying they forgot about Starfield already.
Yeah.
So I mean,
apparently.
and you still get these articles from people writing articles about Starfield not getting Game of the Year nominations from the big games media. Yet I don't see articles about every other fucking game that didn't get Game of the Year nominations besides Hogwarts Legacy, obviously.
Right.
But there's several games that were great games that didn't get Game of the Year.
Not everybody was going to get in this year. Not everybody gets a participation trophy. I wanted Keighley to expand, but he didn't. So not everybody's going to get a participation trophy. But there's obvious omissions, right? There's obvious omissions that are head scratchers. And again, how seriously do the people that vote take this? How many of these reviewers played all the games that they're voting on? Right? All of that comes into play and makes you question. And again, the number one biggest red flag, and that you could legitimately have the discussion and argument now, that all of everything that Keighley has built, right, is all smoke and mirrors. And really, there is no integrity left at the Game Awards, is Hogwarts Legacy. That if you want to pull one out and have a discussion around, it's Hogwarts Legacy. Absolutely 100% destroys any integrity, in my opinion. Now, if you don't hold that opinion, that's fine. That's cool. But in my opinion, the argument can be made that Keighley has blown out any integrity that he had about the Game Awards and about what they mean, because you had a whole entire group. Now, again, I can't say it's all 120, but we'll say the majority of 120 votes decided to punish a development studio, which is what your Game Awards is set up to celebrate. You decided to punish every single person that had anything to do with Hogwarts Legacy because of a person that simply created the world that's set in, but had nothing to do with the game itself. You chose to punish innocent people that you're supposed to be celebrating for making a great game because of one person and your political stance against that person.
Hence, again, bias and agenda and preference.
Instead of lifting up this industry, you decided to tear down a whole studio and snub them from every single award category. That tells me that you're all hypocrites, that you're all in it for your own ego. Anybody who did this, again, it's not all of them. I'm sure it wasn't all 120. Maybe it was, but I'm not going to make that claim because that would be pretty dramatic. But a majority of you chose your ego over celebrating a team that did a masterful job in taking that world and making it their own. And in fact, righting some of the wrongs that you guys say you have with the original creator in that game itself, and making a game that was recognized by gamers across the world, all different types, as a freaking awesome game this year. So again, that right there destroys everything, in my opinion, that Keighley has built. Period.
Yeah, I agree 100% too. We questioned whether it was going to be nominated, for Game of the Year, but like I didn't actually think it was going to be left out of every nominee. Like that's a travesty. Like, just insane. You look at the popularity of games this year, number one is Hogwarts Legacy sold. From the NPD and all the metrics, more than anything else, Hogwarts Legacy. People still loving the shit out of the game, playing it. It just released again on Switch, so they're gonna get even more sales. It's absolutely crazy to have the biggest game of the year not even included in the biggest gaming show of the year because of that, right?
Correct. 1000%.
We got a question from Shady Lane in the chat, and I'm really looking forward to answering this.
Okay, let's get to Spooky though. Member for 11 months, real quick. Spooky, brother, what's going on? He says Xbox slowly going from undesirable to undeniable. I like that tagline, brother. You should probably hit up Aaron.
Yeah,
hit up Greeny and let him know that you got a new tagline for him. Undesirable to undeniable. I like it. Shout out to you, Spooky.
So Shady Lane has said in the chat, and as long as opinions and feelings like this are permeated throughout the gaming community, then it's not undeniable, Spooky, unfortunately, as it hopefully will be at some point. But for some reason, these people ask questions like this, like, how is Starfield ambitious?
Okay.
Played 17 hours, didn't find it ambitious at all. Dude, if you didn't like it, you didn't like it, or whatever. But I'm gonna answer the question on how it's ambitious, though, just for the sake of conversation.
Absolutely. You answer it. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah. Starfield had about 750,000 lines of dialogue permeated throughout the entire cast of characters and NPCs in that game. You can go to hundreds of planets in the game and land your customly built, created ship with your own personal skill set, designed how you want to play the game with your own personal character that you created. And meanwhile, playing whatever role you want to play, doing whatever you want to do, whatever kind of mission you feel up to, whether it's one you make up in your mind yourself or one of the tons that are given to you randomly throughout the game or in the massive faction storyline quests that are also in there. Or you could also play the main campaign as well. You can decide to randomly go to a planet and a system that you've never been to, scan it for resources. You can decide to go there and scan for resources. You can decide to go there and raid what I like to think of as dungeons, whether they're outposts or whatever. And you can walk on for really long time and find new things and things to discover. Then you can decide, hey, I like this planet. I'm going to make a home here. You can decide I'm going to start building a home. Well, if you like more than one planet, you can decide, oh, I want to make a home on like 10 different planets. Oh, but you want to start sharing resources between those planets. You can start sharing resources between the planets, which then it helps you with your RPG elements, upgrade your gear, upgrade your weapons, upgrade your outpost even more, which then can inherently help you more with your missions that you're doing and the random exploring. If you want to decorate your house, go ahead. There's ways you can do that too. There's upgrade systems in place for that as well. Do you not like this gun? Hey, there's about 100 other kinds of guns in the game, and they each have personal individual traits and upgrades on them that you can utilize as well. Meanwhile, no two planets are going to be the same, where it's all procedurally generated. You can go with actual real-time day and night cycles going on within the planets as well. All the planets have different atmospheres, which then leads to needing different kinds of equipment and different kinds of suits to be able to explore tons of different kinds of resources, rare elements, rare things to find. It's so deep and so much stuff to do, and you can decide to play however the hell you want to play. I'm playing as Walter White. I have a drug station set up on a planet that I set up outpost on to be able to trade resources back and forth to other planets. That way I can get the stuff I need to make Aurora. And I'm making and trying to mass produce Aurora, which I had to get that recipe from a quest that I did on one of the main planets, which then on each one of the main planets, there's tons of just random missions you can do too. I mean, you can decide to go farm for resources. You can decide to explore. You can decide to go on whatever missions, and there's endless amounts of content in a single player game. Right? Like in the single player game, Pong, like you probably put in like
what
5 days plus in the game, at least, like real time.
Starfield?
Like, yeah, 200 hours. How much?
I'm over 300 hours.
300 hours now.
Yep.
You haven't even touched the main campaign.
Right? I haven't touched the main campaign. I've only done one mission
right.
for the Crimson Fleet. That's my only faction.
I'm like about 6 days in or so, 7 days in, something like that. I can't remember exactly how many hours I'm in. And I have a completely different game than Pong, right? My wife is more time than I do, and she has a completely different kind of gameplay through than I do. And you can just play and plow through the story and just do that. And then, yeah, sure, it doesn't seem ambitious to you, whatever, because you just did the story missions and all that, and you're just kind of done with it. It's fine. But you're ignoring what the game is, right? The game is way more than the main storyline. And even for the people that do just like to plow through the main storyline, they even set up a system in there to allow you to be able to do that over and over and over again and still feel a way to be rewarded with a new Game Plus system they created for that. Correct. So, yes, it's ambitious, right? Like, it's insanely ambitious. Like,
I don't know if you brought this up, Mav, but in fact, for me, the options to role play in this game are beyond anything Bethesda has done before. And that's one of the biggest things that people used to talk about. And that's to your point that you just brought up, right? People who played Skyrim for thousands of hours were still finding things they had never seen before. And you could talk to two people who had 1,000+ hours in Skyrim, and they would have completely different stories to tell you. Starfield is on a whole nother level when it comes to that. Now, again, whether you enjoy that gameplay or whether you find enjoyment in actually role playing or in surveying planets or any of that kind of stuff, that's up to you. And again, I'm not here to argue with you if you just didn't find enjoyment in the game. It's not a game for you. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the question about how it's ambitious.
But ambitious, right. But ambition, that's what I'm talking about. They have given people who do enjoy this game more opportunities to play how they want to play in the sandbox. And again, that's the biggest selling point when it comes to Bethesda games for me. Now, there's a group of people who do like to plow through the mission. Shout out to Randall Thor. Plowed through the main missions, did the faction missions, got his 80 hours in, loved the hell out of the game, and got out. For me, that's not what Bethesda games are for. It's for the sandbox. And this is the biggest and most ambitious sandbox they have ever created, where at any given moment, I can be finding something new or something more enjoyable than what I was doing the time before. And I didn't even mention the starship building, which I am addicted to. It is like Legos for me, where I go in and build these ships and I spend hours shipbuilding, photo mode, spend hours in photo mode. And I haven't even gotten to base building yet. I haven't even started base building yet. So for me, I'm finding more ways to experience a Bethesda game than ever before. And I'm role playing as a space pirate right now to the nth degree. Like they have given me the opportunity to live out my dreams of being a space pirate. Like Mav I laughed when Mav said that he was going to become an Aurora dealer, right? I laughed because I was like, maybe I don't know how they're going to do that. And then Mav tells me he got a whole quest where he got the Aurora recipe and he set up laboratory and he's making Aurora and he's shipping it across the universe. Bro, that to me is ambition. That to me is ambition, not to mention Bethesda going back, redoing the creation engine to creation engine 2.0 and not saying, hey, our shooting is good enough, but going back and refining all those systems that people did have complaints about. You can disagree with me. It's fine. Again, this is all subjective, but this is the best obvious Bethesda first person shooting wise any of their games have ever felt. And it's actually fun. Some of it used to be kind of a chore. I actually enjoy getting into battles now and getting into gunfights with people in this game. I actually really enjoy it.
Yeah, and Kate does too, which is surprising. Like, because she usually avoids that kind of stuff in games, like, you know, but she found it fun. The weapons are just awesome, dude. They really are. We got a $10 super chat from BT Maverick 7.
Shout out to you, BT.
Appreciate you. Says, do you guys think if Remnant 2 was the best-selling game of the year somehow, do you think they would have left that game off as well? Also, Remnant 2 0 noms, the one, the only real Maverick.
Actually, Remnant 2 did get a nomination, I believe, for best action game.
Yeah, I think I saw it there.
It does have one, BT Maverick. I love Remnant 2. Played a ton of it.
Maybe been best art direction as well.
Yes, it could have been. There's a lot of. It could have been best art direction. It could have been best story narrative
or multiplayer as well. Because
I played a ton with Steel and Jasper. Love Remnant 2. It is a great freaking game. I said it was one of my dark horses this year. I think that had it been better selling, had they tweaked a couple of things in that game that bumped it up a notch, I think it would have probably been in the conversations. It's just gotten announced that it got sold over 2 million copies today. Mm-hmm. I think that it's one of those games that I think more people will discover as the years go by. This latest DLC I'm planning on jumping into with Steel and Jasper as well, that just dropped today. So I think Remnant 2 had the potential for that. I think it's one of the most creative games that I've played probably in the past 5 to 10 years. It is one of the most creative games out there as far as the narrative goes, as far as it's a choose your own adventure game in a lot of ways where you're going and taking a doorway and you don't know where it's going to lead. You don't know what kind of character you're going to meet. You can go from some volcanic world into a golden gilded castle through one doorway. Like it's so freaking incredible what they did with Remnant 2. So yeah, I think it had the potential to be there. But it did get one nom, which was good to see. It could have gotten more though, for sure.
Yep. Same amount of nominations as Starfield. One more nomination than Hogwarts Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing, Pong, was like, and here's the thing. I understand with this year, especially with game of the year, there was going to be like obvious snubs. There's just too many damn good games, right? And you know what? Like if people love Mario that much, fine. You know what I mean? Like that's cool, right? But like, we've had this actually debate before about remakes, right? About should they be considered for game of the year and all that stuff. And I'm in the camp that, like, I think if a game's remade completely, like, I think it could be, but not this year. This year, there's just so many damn good other original creations and new games and, like, things that were bigger and, like, just, like, that should have a nod there, you know, instead of Resident Evil 4 remake, right? Like, and whether it's Starfield you put there or whether it's Armored Core 6,
Hogwarts.
Even Jedi Survivor, as much as I don't think that game belongs either, right? Like, I'm just saying that over Resident Evil 4 remake, like that was the one that I'm like, like, okay, like this year, you know, like last year, if that had come out, yes, put that over Stray for sure, right? For me personally,
of course.
But this year, there's so many damn great games. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm still in the camp that remakes should have a second remakes and remasters should have a separate category.
I think part of the problem too is the categories themselves, right?
Yeah, and it seems no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, the categories are just shit, right? Yes, and they gotta get rid of the esports categories, which obviously they don't even care enough from their specialists that are supposed to be cultivating those candidates to even check and see if the people that they're recommending even partook in the sporting event this year. Because they've had an esports coach that didn't even coach this past year as one of the nominees for coach of the year. So obviously they're not really doing their due diligence on that fucking list either. So just get rid of the damn esports nominees. That you can have why isn't there an esports like award show, right? Just leave that to ESPN, or maybe ESPN gets like their show has like an esports category or something. Like, this is about fucking games, right? This is the Game Awards. This is about the fucking games themselves, right? So, or the people that made the games, right? Not the fucking like best team that played Valorant this year or whatever the fuck. Just get rid of those. Allow yourself more room to have better categories, because if you clear those out, all of a sudden you got this room to be able to make space to be able to have better organized categories that you can have for this show. And if you do that, it'll maybe fix a lot of these problems. Whereas the games that get left out because of all these other reasons are kind of forced to be included because all of a sudden you're like, well, that's the only thing that fits here, right? But the issue is even the categories that they do have, they put things that don't fit.
Correct.
And I don't know how that happened. So we were just, that was a big point of discussion for us on FSP Pong, is we were trying to figure out how certain games get put in these categories when there's clearly other games that are better fit for those categories. Right?
This will always come back to, this is one of the main problems I've always had with any awards show that doesn't have clearly defined categories and sets of rules that we as the public understand and know, right? This is always going to be, and the Keelys are the worst. Keeley is never addressed, at least to my knowledge, has never addressed any of the controversies surrounding some of this stuff. Josh Sawyer pointed out this year, shout out to Josh. He pointed out again this year, why do you have a date set for the nominations, but the announcements are made a week prior to that deadline?
Okay, so I feel like it's interesting because I tried to break this down, and when we were investigating this stuff, right? Yeah. So on their website, it says that the release date deadline is the 17th.
Sure.
But the game, the opportunity is given to those games ahead of time to be submitted for reviews and stuff to the games media, right? If they want to be included. But they have to release by November 17th.
It makes zero sense.
That's how Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl 2 got there.
Right.
Right? Because it just came out.
Right.
And we were trying to figure out how the fuck is that game there? You know what I mean? In the fighting game category, and it just came out. Right? So, but other games that come out later will have to be on next year's thing, but they never are.
Right.
That happened to Halo Infinite also, right?
Correct.
And for people that, like, at the time, they could say, well, yeah, Halo Infinite was down at the time because of the content, right? But in that same year, last year, when it should have been included, the same, that all the media praised for the campaign, right?
Right.
Which was the paid for experience, right? Mind you, as well.
Correct.
Stray got there into the Game Awards last year.
Right.
Stray. Right?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, games that had missed that deadline cutoff or whatever were just not included in the meantime. So, like, yeah, Josh Sawyer has an extremely good point.
He does. I just think that Keeley, if he needs to clearly define his set of rules, and he needs to make them public, and he needs to explain how games are. He should release the nomination lists and explain why certain games were listed in certain categories.
Well,
when
he kind of tries to, like, a website. The website has this information, but it's very vague. Right.
It's vague. It's got to be clearly defined to avoid this nonsense, because again, it's all willy-nilly. Because it just doesn't make sense
to him. And what they say on the website, they don't pick the nominees.
Correct.
It's the media that picks them.
Sure. Right? But then we go back to the same problem.
But it's then, right. 100%.
Right.
Yeah,
so I can't put this game in this category because I've already got this category filled, but I really want to vote for this game, so I'm going to throw it in this category. Okay.
Right. That will happen to those same reviewers that are picking things. They're going to pick and choose. Well, I want it to be, so it doesn't, they'll put it in a round peg in a square hole or whatever, and it doesn't necessarily fit, but they love that game. They want to make sure it's included. So they'll put it somewhere else. Maybe that's how some of this happens. Maybe that's how some of these games got thrown into some of these weird categories that don't really belong there.
And if we're gonna
games again, that we think are good,
and to go back to the remake thing, if we're gonna allow remakes in here, then I don't want to ever hear again that certain genres just can't win Game of the Year. Okay, if we're gonna allow remakes in here, then how the hell did Forza Horizon 5 not get nominated for Game of the Year? Oh, it's a racing game. Bullshit. Again, you guys willy-nilly throw games into these categories. Why the hell do you care what genre the game is in if it's a great game? That's supposedly what this is all about. That's the argument for a remake. Yeah. It's still a great game. At the end of the day, it was still made this year, so it deserves to be nominated, ignoring the fact of the nostalgia, ignoring the fact that it already has a huge leg up as a baseline because it's a beloved franchise in the case of Resident Evil, and specifically Resident Evil 4 was already considered a GOAT. It's already been remastered in the past, and now they remake it, and it gets up here for another Game of the Year in, again, one of the greatest years in gaming, like you were just saying, Mav. How the hell is that supposed to rhyme or reason when in a year that many people thought was up in the air, Forza Horizon 5 couldn't break through? Oh, it's just a racing game. How does that make any freaking sense? It doesn't. Again, this comes down to that media, and it comes down to the people making the decisions on this stuff. So let's run through these categories real quick, Matt. Let's run through some of these categories.
Real quick.
Oh, do we have? Yeah. Go ahead.
Two things. Alvin. Member for 17 long months. Thanks,
Shout Alvin. Out to you, Alvin.
It says best new IP needs to be a category going forward.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. There was
1,000%.
Yes. Spooky with the $5 Australian says, should Phil and the Xbox team boycott Keighley's award show and just don't bother to show up? Take a stand and basically give him the middle finger. I don't think so, because the Game Awards are too big of a grand stage. It would be interesting, but like I think the Game Awards are an opportunity for them to showcase a lot of their games to people that don't know or care about Xbox, right? So I think it's important for them to still be there. And if you say that this year, then next year a game actually does get nominated for Game of the Year, then you took that stand. Like, you know what I mean? It's like at some point it needs to change. You know what I mean? That's why we have these discussions and stuff about, and it's not just Xbox, because we're going to go through these categories and go through a lot of these issues. But for me, it's about trying to fix it or make suggestions or like figure out what needs to be done for the Game Awards to be that show where the awards can be actually held as more credible and valued, right? Because that's how he. If you ask Keighley, he wants that. He wants the Game Awards to be like the Oscars, right? Like he wants that to be the most prestigious award. Like, I mean, why would you have an award show and not want that, right? Like, so, and I think to a lot of people, they just kind of naturally assume that's what they are because it's the biggest watched show, even though there's actually more prestigious awards given out in smaller shows that aren't watched by as many people, right? But
correct.
But those are actually have a better process. So those are actually considered more valuable to the to actual industry themselves, right? But like this is more for forward facing to fans. So I think that he wants it to be a credible, like really means something award show, and it's just in its current state. It's not. And I think Keighley won't address those situations, Pong, because if he addresses them and exposes what the show is, ultimately it's just a big marketing event, right? And like there's no like 100% if it actually mattered to them to have the most credible award show, they're like it wouldn't be in November. Like he wants it to be perceived that way, but it's just impossible with the time of when it drops, because you have those situations like we talked about with games like Pentiment or Halo and stuff like that.
Or as Decado pointed out, Forza Horizon 5 was also taken down because it came out on November 9th, and people claim that they didn't have enough time to review it.
So, but then Keighley says, "Oh, but they did vote for Racing Game of the Year, so I guess they did vote for it." But they didn't consider it for the Game of the Year. Instead Stray. You know, like I'm just. Or was that the year before? Actually,
that was the year before.
Yeah.
Keeley needs competition, is what it comes down to. Keeley needs competition. As you're saying, Mav, somebody does need to come along. I've been saying this for a long time, and I don't think I'm saying anything outrageous or crazy or anything that nobody else has thought about. Somebody does need to come up with an award show that happens in January, that includes the entire year, that has the backing that Keeley does, and makes it a spectacle like Keeley does, which is great for the advertisers, which is great for the fans who jump in, which is great for people who like to see celebrities up on stage, all that kind of BS, right? Which is not my thing, but whatever. What I'm saying is Keeley needs competition. If somebody comes in and shows up in January and does a show that properly awards for the entire calendar year and makes it a spectacle like Keeley does, then I think we'll see Keeley change. And that award show should do all the things that Keeley doesn't currently do, which is have very specific categories, defined categories that are clear, concise, and that the gamers understand. And I think that would force Keeley to kind of change his tune a little bit, right? But I think that's the one we're going to get it. Anyways, it is what it is. It's where we're at. So game of the year, obviously we talked about it. You guys have all heard this. We've talked a lot about this. We won't spend much time on this because I think Mav and I broke it down with all of our other discussions. Again, it's not just about Starfield. Personally, I would love to see Starfield here. I said I would be shocked if it was,
but
I think it does. Yeah.
I mean, it deserves it, but
but it's not just about Starfield. There's other games deserving. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, Resident Evil 4, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, and obviously Tears of the Kingdom. Again, I knew it was going to happen, but 2 Nintendo games and a remake. Like it just left room that others I thought were deserving to be in there. Again, sure, Starfield's a part of that group, but it's not just about the Xbox stuff. It's about others as well. And Hogwarts Legacy, Diablo 4, hell, some of the smaller games, Hi-Fi Rush, Dave the Diver. I mean, again, there was more deserving IP. And other people rightfully pointed out, through a lot of this stuff, Mav, certainly seems like as much as the professionals and the journalists like to write articles about new IP and where's our innovation and all that kind of stuff, whole lot of sequels in here, whole lot of remakes, a whole lot of redos in all these lists, right? So you guys don't vote for the new IP, which is why Alvin pointing out that new IP needs its own category. Absolutely, I agree. All right, best game direction. Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3. Again, I haven't played Alan Wake 2. I've watched a bunch of people play it. I've seen enough. I agree with that one. Baldur's Gate 3, obviously, yes. Spider-Man 2. Okay. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. In best game direction. Okay. And The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. Mav, you got any thoughts about best game direction?
Wholly unoriginal stuff here.
Yeah, again, perfect category for Hogwarts Legacy. Absolutely 1000% should be in this category.
I mean, this is one I was surprised actually Starfield was nominated for also.
Correct. Correct.
Even it didn't get the Game of the Year nomination, like best game direction, like it's kind of for me like kind of pushing things forward a little bit, like at times, and kind of like really putting your stamp on something. And instead we get a sequel that's, we get another sequel, and we get, another.
I could have seen Remnant 2 in here. I could have seen Remnant 2 in here, Mav. Again, Remnant 2's direction is unbelievable with how they take the narrative and all. There's just so many other games. I mean,
I'm not taking away for the people that voted. This was their runner-up to Game of the Year.
Kind of, yeah. We'll see if it plays out that way. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 could sweep,
the
but
media that got the vote, and they all got together with their like, oh, okay, what are we gonna put, for if this is actually what they do, which I don't think. I think it's probably just somebody in their office writes it down, or whoever is more in charge there or whatever. But supposedly they're supposed to get together and come to a consensus. So like, let's say IGN gets their ballot, and they like all come to a consensus, and they say, okay, what are we going to put for our Game of the Year? I think we're going to put Baldur's Gate 3 for the Game of the Year. Okay. So, like, all right, so best game direction. Baldur's Gate 3, right? No. We want to let's put a vote for another game because, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like this game should be included as well. So, I feel like the best game direction is, like, everybody's runner-up when they vote. I could be wrong. Maybe they vote the same game, which is possible. But there's certain games here that, like, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of rehashy stuff here isn't really...
And it gets weird, Mav. Even on the next category. Let's go. Best narrative. This is where things start going strange. With no rhymer and chat. I'm gonna need your help on this one, okay? Because I haven't had a chance to look. I was gonna look this up before the show, but it came in hot, so I haven't had a chance to look this up. Okay, best narrative. Alan Wake 2. Fair enough. Majority is saying it's great. It's fantastic. Again, from what I've seen, it looks like one of Remedy's best. So I'm a Remedy fan, so I'm all for this. This is fine. Baldur's Gate 3, absolutely.
I love how on this website they have like the same mistype for Baldur's Gate 3 over and over again.
Yes, I know.
It says Baldur's Game 3.
I know. Or I like the other one that everybody that supposedly plays a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 spells it with an ER too. Jesus Christ. This franchise has been around for a long time, guys. Okay, this is chat where I need your help. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. So now, Mav.
Yeah. We're including expansions.
We're including expansions in this. And you guys know, I haven't played Phantom Liberty yet, but you guys know how I feel about Cyberpunk 2077. One of my goats. Okay. So, why? Now we're including expansions. Okay, chat, this is where I need your help. Can you tell me if The Witcher 3 expansions were up for awards?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were or not.
Somebody, if you guys know, let me know. I think this is ridiculous. As much of a Cyberpunk fan as I am, as excited as I am to do another 300+ hour playthrough of Cyberpunk, including Phantom Liberty, this to me is ridiculous. What the fuck? Okay, this is where the thumbnail starts coming into play. What the fuck is this, Keely? Okay, so expansion. Okay, cool. Final Fantasy 16. Not going to argue with it. I heard a lot of people loved it, especially the narrative part of it. Loved the story from Final Fantasy. I'm not going to argue it. Spider-Man 2. I heard a lot of people say this was mid. Not necessarily fanboys, but some people who were being legit story, as far as the story goes. Yeah. It was a mid-tier Spider-Man story. Other games worthy in here for sure. Diablo 4's story. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I don't care what you want to think about an action RPG being in this type of category. That is by far Blizzard's best narrative. Anybody who plays this game goes, whatever else they think about the game, if they play the main missions, are like, holy shit. This narrative is freaking, or this story is so freaking engrossing. Like, are you serious right now, Mav?
Yeah. I agree. I haven't played it yet, so I can't really judge it. You know what I mean? I'm going to play it. I liked the story in the first one, which was a great game, the 2018 or 20. Was it 2018? Yeah, 2018 Spider-Man. Yeah. But I would never have thought of that as like a best narrative game then. You know what I mean? Even though I loved it, you know?
Right.
It's more a fun action-y game with a good story, right? But not like
game.
Yeah. Same reason you don't have a lot of, superhero movies up for like awards for best writers and stuff like that, right? It's just kind of the same thing. But there's a lot of games that did have great narratives that could have been here. And since I haven't played it yet, I can't say too much. But I based on people's perception, what the community said, I have to agree that maybe something else should have been there.
Somebody else should have been there. Shout out to Lore Master Jasper showing up with the information. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Blood and Wine won Best Role-Playing Game in 2016.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that solves it. So expansions count. Again, then that won a best role-playing game.
Yeah.
And then was an
expansion will give it a chance next year.
Yeah. I mean, again, now that the baseline is set, absolutely, if their DLC comes out, if Starfield DLC comes out, and it boggles my mind, I'm going to be out here preaching, folks, that it better be up for best role-playing game again. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to be out here that we better hear some best narrative, right? Best narrative votes coming in. Okay. So, all right. Baseline's been set. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasper, for that information. That helps a lot.
Yep. Yeah, Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, according to Surface Google, Blood and Wine got an award for best storytelling and visuals as well. All right, so expansions are in, everybody. Ooh, okay. All right, well, we're set. That sets me up. Shout out to Lord Roughness, by the way, dropping here. Lord, I see you. Salute to you, brother. All right, best art direction. Alan Wake 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Liza P, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of Kingdom. Okay, this is going to be completely subjective. This is what we were talking about before, Mav. But again, we see the popularity contest coming into play, right? We see why we were talking about what we were talking about is going to happen, even if you're going to claim that there is objective people in the media. Fine. I won't disagree. There are people out there who are objective still. But the vast majority, Mav, this is a popularity contest. So once again, it's going to be subjective when it comes to art direction. But, okay, Alan Wake 2, okay, one of the best looking games. Some people are saying it's the best looking game this generation. Okay. Hi-Fi Rush, obviously, freaking gorgeous. Again, even though it wasn't a game for me, I played through the first level. Gorgeous. I've seen plenty of people play gorgeous. Liza P, yeah. I mean, aesthetically speaking, Liza P speaks to me. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Yeah, it's Mario Brothers. It's clean. I mean, it's Mario Brothers. Okay.
Yeah. If you looked at it, just looking at it, like it looks like Super Mario Brothers Wii U. You know, like like it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Not saying it's a bad game. It's just
no. And I'm not saying the animation's bad. I'm not saying any of that. The elephant looks great. I like the elephant Mario. I thought it was cool when I first saw it. I was like, okay, that's a cool one. Tears of the Kingdom. You're telling me Tears of the Kingdom beat out Diablo as far as best art direction goes, Mav?
Yeah. The Diablo's the biggest slight here, in my opinion. Also, like there's a couple. You know,
Hogwarts Legacy again.
Remnant
absolutely
2.
Could be here. Remnant 2.
Yeah, there was some crazy I mean I would also consider putting Starfield there too, because those planets and scenery and settings and the lighting is just fucking gorgeous sometimes, bro. But
it can be, bro. I mean,
it's way more art. There's way more there though. You know what I mean? It's like I get it. There's tastes and preferences and stuff. It's just a reflection. Like I said, this is all a reflection on games media, right?
Correct.
That's what this is. This isn't a reflection on the gamers, right? This is a reflection on games media. This is what they like to play. Hi-Fi Rush, cool too. You know, there's so many awesome games that have it's amazing art this year that did not get included.
And Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, again, art direction. Are you kidding me?
I would put Baldur's Gate 3
way ahead of Tears of the Kingdom.
Starfield, Remnant 2.
Yeah.
Diablo 4. Liza P, I think, is
Liza P is legit.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Diablo 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
Diablo 4's art direction. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, those games are insane, man. It's a popularity contest. Yeah, it's not a category contest.
And that one is one of the subjective ones, and so is the next one. I get it. Like, these are legit argumentative, subjective, opinion-based stuff, but you see patterns which I scratch my head at. Like, if you guys are going to give votes to the popularity, the popular kids, the cool kids in school for the big awards, then why not throw in bones to some of the other IP that are so deserving in one of the greatest years in video game history, where Mav and I just got done saying there are so many different games that could be in here. then why aren't you giving it diversity and variety in some of the other categories where you could? Why is it still just, oh, we're just going to keep voting for the same ones over and over again? That's great. But my God, in the greatest year of gaming, or one of, really? Best score in music.
This is a travesty.
This is an absolute travesty. I already mentioned it last week when the Grammys were announced for their video game selection for this is an absolute travesty. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much. Well, I do, because again, if you just hate to hate, then yeah, you're going to come at me from a certain direction. But I challenge anybody who has an appreciation for orchestral music in video games to listen to the Starfield soundtrack and not tell me that in best score in music, Starfield and Enon Zur should not be here. Like, I challenge anybody. Like, that score, I was just listening to it again, Mav. I've been away from Starfield and I've been playing it over the past few days. And my God, it is so freaking gripping, Mav. It presents so many different stories in itself when the music hits. He takes influence from some of the biggest sci-fi franchises in the world. There are notes that will strike you from Star Trek to Star Wars to Aliens. He takes so much influence. Enon Zur is a genius, and this is one of my favorite all-time gaming soundtracks right here. But I challenge anybody who doesn't. So best score in music, Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, which was fantastic. Final Fantasy 16, I haven't heard enough to judge it. Hi-Fi Rush absolutely should be here. Original soundtrack, freaking amazing beats. I mean, again, just awesome. And then Tears of the Kingdom. Mav, I mean, Diablo, Hogwarts.
The thing about like the out of the slights to Starfield, the snubs, this is the biggest one.
Yes.
For me.
Yes.
That was one of the best soundtracks, compositions in gaming history.
Yes.
And,
yes.
And like, I don't know, it's a full orchestra. Like, you can actually go and watch it on YouTube and watch the performances and stuff. Like, it's just popularity contest again. Like I said earlier, it's just out of their mind. You know what I mean? It's just out of their mind. And some of these games here, we've heard the same soundtrack for some of those games for like decade or 20 years, 30 years, some of them, and the basic concept of it and kind of redone. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
And I hate participation trophies, folks. If you know me, I'm old school. I hate participation trophies. Not everybody gets to win. But this is why I was saying that Keighley should have expanded the awards this year, because there are way too many snubs here. There are way too many not even in the conversation games here for this year. Like, and I think going forward, the next couple of years are lined up the exact same way. Yeah, I don't think there would have been any problems.
Fix the categories, you're going to solve a lot of problems.
You would have. Best performance. Again, it's going to be subjective. Again, I don't know all these performances, so there's not any way for me to judge. I do know that certain games certainly could have been in here. Again, I forget her name off the top of my head. Oh God, I feel so bad. But anyway, the actress who played Lilith for Diablo 4 is not in here. Is that probably the most like notorious like character this year? You know what I mean? Yes. I would say so. How long was Mother trending, Mav?
Yeah.
I mean, her performance in Diablo 4 is ridiculous. Again, I scratch my head. I mean, there's what's his face? Who's the one that did Peter Parker for Spider-Man 2? He's in here.
Lowenthal.
Yeah, and people said that he wasn't even the best performer in the game. That it should be Miles, the actor for Miles, right?
Yeah. I don't like Miles' voice actor.
I know you don't like him. A lot of people don't like Miles's take on a kid from Brooklyn.
That like dorky sounding voice as a superhero I'm trying to play as. It's just me.
Yep. Lord Roughness with the $5, the 5 bomb. Thank you, Lord Roughness. Salute to you. Says says, listen, we are here every year calling out the BS and Game Awards, but the year Xbox just had 2023, it was going to be hard to justify. Correct, sir. Correct. Pause. Yes. Innovation, accessibility. I'm not going to run through this. I don't know enough about the accessibility features. I'm glad Forza Motorsport is in there. Again, the video of the gentleman who was blind, he's a blind gamer, driving and racing in Forza says it all to me. I don't know how much more accessible you get, Mav.
Yeah.
That a racing game has enough accessibility features where somebody who is legally blind can drive.
Yep.
Okay. That better be the winner. That's all I got to say. I don't care who else is in this category. I don't care. That was amazing to me when I watched the video.
They probably, hopefully, will win that one.
Yeah. Yes, they better. Games for Impact, again, don't know enough. Space Unbound, Chance of Center, Goodbye, Volcano High, Chia, Terra Nil, and Venba. Best ongoing game. Okay. Math.
Okay, this is another huge one.
Math.
Yeah.
Math.
I
Math.
lost my shit on FSP on this one. Like,
oh my God. You got to be kidding me, you voters. Again, you've got to be kidding me. There is no way in hell you sat down to do this and honestly ignored some games. There is just no way that again, when we talk about the Xbox tax and we talk about all this stuff, Matt,
there's one thing that they do better than just about anybody else, like in this category.
And not to have one in here. Yeah. So best ongoing game, Apex Legends. They've been, from everything I'm hearing from the Apex community, they've been bleeding, hemorrhaging community. Like the game is on a downward swing is all I'm hearing. Again, if we got any huge Apex Legends players in the chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But everything I've heard is this been a down year for Apex. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cyberpunk 2077. Yo,
that was one.
When did Cyberpunk become an ongoing game? No, they fixed a broken game. Are we now saying, Mav?
Patches are ongoing?
Patches are ongoing. Releasing an expansion and DLC is ongoing. Are we really going to go there now with games? I understand that the media wants to come back and give Cyberpunk its flowers. I understand that it has had one of the biggest 180s in gaming history. But come on, folks. Cyberpunk 2077 had promised us multiple DLCs. They took that away. They promised us a multiplayer. They nixed that. And again, shout out to CD Projekt Red and for the work they've done. Again, one of the GOATs, and I played it without a patch. One of the GOATs. But really, they took away all the stuff that was supposed to be coming out and said, you're getting one paid expansion. And we're going to release version 2.0. And we're going to patch the hell out of it. That's an ongoing game now, Mav. Okay.
I don't understand like this one.
I mean, is Jedi Survivor? Why didn't Jedi Survivor get this? They fixed their game 6 months later.
Yeah, I don't understand, man. It's like, what is it? Like, this was clearly like a games as a service, live service game category, right?
Yeah.
I could go down the list. I mean, like games that really did well this year, as far as like, bringing it with content updates, with doing great by the community and growing and like establishing hype and excitement and like all these things.
Oh, we're getting to that next too, man.
Yes,
by the way. But yes,
there's another. Yeah. But this was like a year that a lot of games like really stood out, and the only reason I could think Cyberpunk 2077 they would have included it was because of the expansion Phantom Liberty, right? So now if they're including new things, wasn't one of the biggest games this year Diablo 4? That was also, if you're including new things as releases in the ongoing category, like otherwise Cyberpunk for sure wouldn't be there. Like I don't know how it works, right? Like there are several games on Xbox that have actually killed this.
Let's finish out this list, then we'll get to the games that were left off this list.
Okay.
Some Xbox and some that are outside many people's purview that have been brought up. And so Final Fantasy 14. Okay. I mean, ongoing MMO, one of the biggest MMOs out there. They've done great with their community. They're freaking awesome. They continue to release expansions. Okay, great. Fortnite. Okay. I mean, kind of the definition of ongoing game. And again, how am I going to argue against Fortnite even if I don't play it, right? It's Fortnite. Genshin Impact. Again, from what I've been hearing from the Genshin community, been up and down. Not the greatest. So I've got 2 to 3 in here, depending on your opinions, that I think shouldn't be here, that there was more deserving. Let's start with the ones out of the purview, Mav, and then I'll let you run too, because I know there's one big one in here for you. We'll get into the Xbox stuff. So one of them brought up by it's Alex. Shout out to Alex again. Path of Exile. Every single year, bro. Every single year, free content, ongoing content gets better and better every single year. I've played some Path of Exile. Now I haven't put thousands of hours into Path of Exile, but I put over 100 hours into Path of Exile. Every single year, they release, like clockwork, new stuff for their game. Absolutely should have been here. I'm going to bring this one up that was just brought up in the chat. Fly Dude, Ent 1. I'm assuming that means entertainment, but we'll just go Fly Dude, Ent 1. Brought up another one that Steel has brought up in the past. And that shout out to Flame from Lognet. He's a big proponent. Is Warframe. Warframe every single year has created one of the biggest ongoing games that you could ever jump into. It's not accessible for new people yet. They got to work on that. But I've played some Warframe in my time too. Probably put a couple 100 hours in the Warframe. Haven't played it recently, but I hear from people who do that the game is freaking fantastic. How are these two not included? Now let's get into the Xbox ones. First, I'll start with the 2 and then I'll let you run with the 3rd because I know where you're going with this one, Mav, obviously. Grounded. Are you freaking kidding me? Grounded. Started as a passion project. It gets bigger and bigger every year. This year, releasing a Forge mode. The definition of an ongoing game, a game that started so damn small in preview and then blew up as they grew it over time, and they're not done. They continue to expand, including now allowing gamers to have hands-on with the tools and create their own content. How is that not the definition of an ongoing game and not deserving of an award? And then the one
at least a nomination, right?
At least a nomination. Yes, at least a nomination. That's what I meant. At least a nomination. Didn't mean necessarily getting an award, but at least a nomination. And then the one that has been here in the past, but continues again. I don't care if you don't play it. It continues to be one of the single best communities. That's all I hear from the communities, like Sea of Thieves. How? Again, if you want to say, okay, well, they had a major expansion last year, but they made changes this year. They're introducing they're introducing a single player mode for people to go into. Now, there's been some talk about that, whether or not they punish people too much for playing in that mode. But it doesn't matter. The ongoing game, Sea of Thieves, worthy of a nomination. Now, Mav, obviously the 3rd one. Of all years, one of the biggest franchises in history. Obviously, we know the whole history of Halo Infinite, where it's been, what happened to it. But the multiplayer, Mav, has made a 180 over the past 2 years of work from 343 and that team. Go ahead, Mav. Halo Infinite. Obviously, if you're going to nominate it, this is the year for an ongoing game. Hands down, right?
And this is about a quality award, right? For me, about the quality of what they're doing.
And effort.
Yeah. Effort. And so it's not a popularity contest. And if it's a popularity contest, these categories don't make sense either because some of the games that are on it. Otherwise, like World of Warcraft would still be on there and shit like that too. Right, which I think it probably should be as well. Like it's just however, the amount of effort and work that Halo has done to put back into the community and rebuild up the community when everybody out there was saying the game is dead,
Yep.
They were saying it's dead. They said move
Yep.
on. They were people in this community, in this gaming community, were asking them to move on from Halo Infinite and stop just to make something new. And we're like, no, they're gonna get it right, because that's what Microsoft does. That's what Xbox does on these kinds of games. Like, they're gonna keep at it. It's too important of a game. They're gonna get this right. They're gonna keep at it and working on it. And they did. And this year they have reestablished themselves and built back up this community with after last year's Forge launch and all these things, and all these tools keep getting better. The content updates kept getting more frequent, the better content, more events, more things to do. The game has seen a massive resurgence in quality and feel, improving the gameplay as well, which is still doing more work into that. One that I know Jasper's really looking forward to that they haven't done yet, but they're doing more work in that still. But the amount of work and effort they're putting into this and the quality that they've achieved in that multiplayer now is absolutely fucking incredible, bro. And like, it just gets slighted every year for everything. So like this, if you were just look at these lists and some of these games you have and just realize like this shit that you keep putting out there just because, like, you know, a shit ton of people play it or whatever. It's like, I get it's popular, but there's quality aspects to this too. Like, this really deserved a nod based on what they did. And it's not everything's always rainbows and roses with all these games, right? That's the thing with these kind of games. There's always going to be some controversy here and there, but man, they really fucking hit the nail on the head with this game. And I'm so glad they didn't listen to that community out there, the people that were saying move on, that it's dead, it's done, you know, just give up on it, and you know, turn the team over to work on something else. Because man, this has turned into an insanely amazing Halo experience. And this is the reason why what we're seeing now, Pong, is why I was a proponent for Halo Infinite multiplayer being free to play.
Correct.
I was saying early on that, okay, so it gives the game a chance to have longer legs, right? It gives the game a chance to have more success down the road. Now, they fucked up in year one. They majorly did. They didn't have the pipeline ready, right? That was the downside. But now we're starting to see the benefits and the fruits of it being free-to-play multiplayer. Because the gateway's gone for entry. You can go and play it. It's an amazing experience. And now there's always new fun things to look forward to, because they have reason to keep supporting it because of the monetization model that's built within it. So they are going to keep supporting and updating and developing this game for years to come. And us as gamers who love Halo multiplayer are going to reap the rewards of that. And I'm super fucking happy for the future of it. And I think it should have been included in this category this year for sure.
1000%, brother. I'll just let it lie right there because you said it all. So again, even as the non-casual Halo fan here, again, if there's going to be a year, why not bring some new blood into this category? Like, again, one of the greatest years in video game history, and that goes for ongoing games. Why we choose the same shit over and over again? Why?
And if you don't put Halo there, throw in Battlefield 2042. Because
Jasper said in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, both of those games deserve the credit. Both of them launched around the same time. They had different issues immediately. Like, Battlefield was just like nowhere near a complete game. Halo Infinite was missing things as well. And then they didn't do as good a job with the content frequency and stuff. Both have majorly overhauled and improved things and built up to where they're both resurged and actually taking players away from these other communities now.
Right. Yep. Agreed on all fronts. All right, another one, Mav. Here we go. Best community support. Are you fucking what the fuck? Again, as our thumbnail, WTF. What are we doing here? Best community support. Baldur's Gate 3. Fine.
Yep.
Preview mode for years. Hands-on with the community. Built that game with the community, involved from the ground up, and have not stopped since they launched that game. Okay, cool. Larian deserves it. Absolutely. Cyberpunk 2077. I guess if we're throwing it in ongoing games, sure, absolutely. They've been really good with the community and transparent about what's going on. James Thomas with the 5 bomb. Let's go. James Thomas, Grounded and Sea of Thieves for best ongoing and community sport. Right. We brought those up, James. Agree with the whole 100%. Thank you for the 5 bomb.
We do have a couple other super chats.
Okay, grab them. Go ahead, grab them while I grab that one.
Lord Roughness hit us with a 5 earlier. Says MMW remakes are okay to help Sony next few years.
Certainly possible.
Listen, we are here every year calling out the BS in the Game Awards. But this year, but the year Xbox just had in 2023, it was going to be hard. Pause to justify.
I did read that one.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's okay.
Then Lord Ruffin said was with another. I read the wrong one. My bad.
Yeah.
Lord Ruffin said was another $5 super chat. Says, in my opinion, Mario Wonder, Resident Evil, and Weekend Event, Spider-Man 2 should be nowhere near the game of the year 2023. Hogwarts, Diablo, and Starfield should be.
I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All of them we discussed. I agree.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I do agree. Thank you, Lord Roughness, for the support. Thank you, everybody, for the support as well. Whether you're here or we're listening, lurking, it doesn't matter. We appreciate all of you, man. This has been a great show so far. Again, Mav and I didn't know what we were going to be doing here, and here we are coming up on 3 hours already. Crazy. I just love sitting here with my brother talking, and you guys have entered this discussion a lot tonight. So thank you for that. All right. So best community support again is what we're on. I shouldn't have interrupted myself, but I did. So anyways, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Destiny 2. Again, red flag.
Yeah, that's a major red flag,
bro. This is I don't care if these nominations were in before they fired much of their community support staff. I'm laughing not at that. I'm laughing at the fact that it's even here. Before then, how the hell do you Destiny 2 is in one of its biggest down years of all time. You have hardcore Destiny players, thousands of hours questioning what the hell they're doing and why they aren't listening to the community. How do you put them in this category this year of all years? Again, one of the greatest years in gaming history across the board. So many games doing so many things right, not only in the way that the games are being played, but in how they're interacting with the community, their community. And you select Bungie?
Oh, my God. Yeah, which they, if you talk about Bungie from like 2006 or 7, yeah. Man, but not the Bungie today that just laid off the entire fucking community staff pretty much. Like, how does this happen? Meanwhile, my thinking is right, a lot of the voting process was taking place when this was going down.
Right.
And it's not only that, but the fucking community has been shitting all over the game all year and abandoning ship. The community has had it with that game. They have left. They had a massive resurgence when Lightfall hit. And then they were like, this sucks ass. It's not what I want. And they all left and played other games that should have been nominated in this category because they were doing a better job. Hence why all this shit happened and all those layoffs happen. And yet it gets nominated in this instead of the games like we just talked about with like 3 for 3, everything they went through and trying to give everything they can to the community. Grounded. Right. Doing what they do, all these updates that are just like amazing, like huge things that are free to the community and everybody gets to partake and it changes the game forever. And it's like, wow, this is amazing. And all of these games, and like there's so many great games. You could mention Diablo again in this, where they just completely overhauled after listening to their shit storm of season 1 and fixing it for season 2.
I got to address this argument here, Mav, right now, because you brought up Diablo again. There's an argument, and shout out to Alex. He's violent against Diablo, and he's violent against Blizzard when it comes to Diablo and what they've done. That's fine. I won't, if you screw up a game, like let's take Blizzard and let's take the Diablo team. If you screw up your game, I'm going to criticize you and I'm going to call you out on it and I'm going to say you shouldn't be up for certain awards if you screw up your game, right? But there are other awards that I'm not going to continue to punish you for if effort-wise you are appropriately addressing what is going on. And if there is a team, Mav, as far as directly talking to the community, addressing what they screwed up, if there's one team that did that better than everybody else this year or on par with everybody else this year, it's the Blizzard, the Diablo team.
Yeah.
They were out. They screwed their game up. They massively lost players. That is their punishment. I criticized them. We criticized them, even though we still played season 1. We were criticizing the changes and what they did and how the game was playing. But they were out in public, holding fireside chats, answering tough questions from the community in those fireside chats on a consistent, regular basis, talking about exactly how they were going to fix the problems. And guess what? Season 2 rolled in, and the things that they said they were going to do, they did. And in fact, in some cases, they went up and beyond even what I was expecting. Mm-hmm. Talk about community support. Again, I understand you may not like what they do to their game. You may not like what they, but at the end of the day, if they're not holed up in a cave somewhere, not talking to anybody, but instead are taking the shots up front, being out in front of it. Not every developer or publisher does that. Not every game has that type of people behind it. They were out there taking the bullets, Mav.
Yeah.
And I again, talking to the community, I think that's community support. Listen to the community, making the changes necessary.
Yeah, and they went above and beyond on season 2.
They did. They did for sure. Final Fantasy 14 is another one. Again, nothing but some of the best community out there. I understand why this is constantly up, but I would love to see new blood in here. This is a year to bring in new blood. I think there are a lot of better choices out there, but Final Fantasy 14 is consistent. They talk to their community. And then No Man's Sky, same scenario. Shout out to Sean Murray. Shout out to Hello Games, who have completely taken No Man's Sky to a different level than what was originally launched. Yeah. And they have been community driven. They have been constantly out there in the community. Absolutely. But why not bring in new blood?
And I would put in like, if you don't go new blood, you could go old blood and go back to like Battlefield right again. Yeah, I'll bring it because what they did as well. And I just don't want to just keep saying Halo, right? Because, you guys know how I feel about that. But, they really did it with Battlefield, and that's kind of what this community thing's all about reaching out to the players, seeing what they want and how to fix it, or how to make the game better, even if it is great, how to make it even greater,
Right.
And that's what a lot of these awards should be given on, especially in this category. The nominees should be. So, we got another 10 from Bold Alpha Wolfpack. Bro, it's super generous, man. Appreciate you. That says,
shout out to you, Bo.
The big picture is Xbox is going to need the gaming media to reach 3 billion gamers. They read these outlets to give them not just a fair shake, but their accolades too. And this year they got robbed that badly. Yeah, I think they the bigger the community, the Xbox community grows, then it's going to be harder for them to ignore. I agree. Spartan 661 with the $2 super chat says, if Microsoft would pay money like PlayStation, Microsoft would be called out. I have a couple hypotheticals for you real quick, Pong, before we get to this next one.
Go. Yep.
I have 2 hypotheticals for you.
Yep.
If maybe 3.
Okay.
If Starfield,
not 4 though.
Right.
Like, draw the line.
If Starfield had released on PlayStation.
Yes.
And these reviewers and stuff in the media played it on PlayStation and all that kind of stuff. Would it not only have scored better, but would it have been included in more nominations this year?
Yeah, I'll wear the tinfoil hat And again, for all you people who say all this is conspiracy theory, go back. If anything should be learned in general about life over the past 10 to 15 years, a lot of conspiracy theories have come true. Okay. So I don't take that as a slight, even though you guys want to shut down conversations by posting, gifs of tinfoil hat wearing Alex Jones and all that kind of stuff. I don't, you guys are clowns. Okay. All of you, because many conspiracy theories have turned out true. In my tinfoil hat world, in my opinion, from what I've seen, yes, I think the bump, if it had stayed third party, if they had not been acquired, had Starfield released on all platforms as previous Bethesda titles did, yes, I do believe it would have gotten enough of a bump in positivity that yes, those things would all be true.
Okay. Yes. I tend to agree with that.
Yes.
Next question.
Yes.
That would in my mind there we exchange Starfield for Baldur's Gate 3. Let's say Xbox had acquired Larian and Baldur's Gate 3 had been an Xbox ecosystem and PC exclusive. Would it have received as many accolades as it did?
Yes, because of the preview. If you're talking about had it been acquired after the preview,
prior to the preview,
or prior to the preview, then no, it wouldn't have received
there
as
wouldn't
many.
Have probably even been a preview. There would have just been
there wouldn't have been a preview mode, right? There wouldn't have been. Larian would have been under different circumstances. They wouldn't have been making the game that they were making because they did the preview mode to not only allow the community to build the game with them, but also funding, right? Because they were funding it because they were selling early access, right? So that was part of the funding to make the game as big as they did. They've talked about this publicly. That's not conspiracy theory. That's a part of their business model. So prior to preview, yes, no, it would have been panned. It would, even if it came out with the same quality, it would have gotten good scores, but it would have been said that, oh, it's another cute niche title, a turn-based strategy game. Xbox is doing those, right? Age of Empires 4 and that kind of stuff. It's great that they got those, but it would probably have not received the universal praise that it did. I think it still would have gotten the praise if you were talking about an acquisition after the preview had started, because part of this, and deservingly so, again, I'm not taking away from Larian. Again, I want Baldur's Gate 3 to win Game of the Year now. Larian, to their credit, Mav, the work that they did in the community with the preview, with the conversations they had, how they built the game, all that stuff, that's a good portion of why the praise is so much for this game. 1000%. And it's deserving.
Yeah, I agree with that. 100%.
Yep.
Next question is Spider-Man 2. Multiplat, not a PlayStation exclusive.
Oh, Jesus. You're talking about changing everything. Okay.
Yeah. Would it have been up? Would it have been up there with potentially like? You think so?
Yeah. Spider-Man's popularity as an IP. Spider-Man's popularity as an IP cannot be understated.
I'm talking about for Game of the Year.
Yes.
Okay.
Spider-Man's popularity.
Because I look at Hogwarts Legacy, right?
Yep.
And what they did with that game. And I kind of think of it like that's multiplat, right?
Yep.
And it was new.
Yep.
What they did with a game like that. Correct. And I feel like it's a much bigger, more ambitious kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And both are based on popular IPs, right?
Right.
So
but one's got it tarnished with the elite.
Right.
One's IP is tarnished because of because of JK with the elite, the professionals, right? That's the difference, where Spider-Man doesn't have any of that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yep.
Those are my hypotheticals, just asking.
Yeah.
I was just
and while
about those, like how this stuff changes perception on these games.
Wall Diggerty brings up a perfect example of that, Mav. Batman, right? Multiplat, beloved, right? As an IP, beloved. Batman, again, Arkham, praised to high heaven, right? One of the greatest superhero games of all time, right? So I think Spider-Man would still get that, especially if it was Insomniac still doing it. For sure.
Jasper says Spider-Man would be a little lower scored because it wouldn't be as
I mean, there's an argument. Yeah. There's an argument to be made.
Yeah. I find it interesting how some of these things change. Like I'm saying if games are exactly the same as they are, right? But they happen to be in different places. How does that change perception on like what people see with these games, right? And I think it does have an impact. Yep,
it does for sure. Again, there's no question about it that a certain type of game has been, has been presented and is now accepted as the premium experience. Right.
Yeah, and I guess a good example would have been like Spider-Man 2, like Jedi Survivor is obviously another popular IP that's
Yes, and it's been forgiven. And again, that's why I want Baldur's Gate 3 to win. That's why Mav wants Baldur's Gate 3 to win, is because it proves, right, it brings a new genre back into the light again as an example of you guys can claim these games are niche, and sure, as far as amount of players go, they're niche. But when one comes out with the same type of backing that any of these other genres do, all of a sudden it can be as big as anything else, right? People have said that turn-based is niche, that you're not going to ever have popular games like that CRPG's time has long passed, all that kind of stuff. Well, you see that if effort, quality, talent, resources are put into one of those games, even in that genre, it can blow up just like any other AAA game.
Yeah.
That's why I want to see it win, because it breaks that mold 1000%. Good questions though, Matt. Interesting questions and interesting discussions to have for sure. All right. Best independent game. Another mistake. If depending on how you look at it, Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Dredge, Sea of Stars, Viewfinder. I don't have any problems, but definition wise, Mav, we've got to question, and it's been right. I didn't even know this about Dave the Diver. So
I didn't
again, PC only until it was brought up.
Yeah.
But Dave the Diver is backed by Dave the Diver's studio. Yes, Dave the Diver, the studio that did Dave the Diver, is a subsidiary of Nexon. And they have said themselves, Nexon,
indie,
that it's not an indie title.
Yeah.
So the company itself comes out and says, it may look like an indie title, but Dave the Diver had the backing of a bigger title. It is not a indie title. And yet, here we are, Mav. It's in Best Independent Game at the Game Awards. Keely, what are you doing? Again, you say you don't have any control over it, but you should set some rules here, right? This is what we're talking about.
He just let the people pick what they randomly thought, and the games media thought it was an indie game, so
because it looks like an indie game,
right?
Yes.
And this raises into question about the credibility of the awards themselves, right? Just like some of the other things that happened, but I think they want it to be credible, but he's just got to fix this shit, right? Because what the problem with this is not that Dave the Diver got nominated for an award, because it is deserving of being nominated for an award, right? The problem is that if you nominate Dave the Diver for this award, it raises questions about every award show previously and going forward about what's considered an indie game, right? Josh Sawyer is Pentiment. Like, it is not indie because it's owned by Microsoft, right? They backed it as Obsidian, but that's an indie game if you look at it, right? Like, so
and it was made by a team of small team, right?
Right, and so you look at it, right? So it's like what's if they're owned by a big publisher, that doesn't matter now, or does it? Because going forward, there needs to be clarification there, and I don't think that having that in this category is really fitting for what the category is supposed to be about. But that being said, then you raise more questions, and it's a harder question to answer because, so like, there's indie publishers, right? that are publishers,
Yep.
but have gone to be pretty big, good size publishers. And what if they develop one of these games? Like, is it indie then, but they're still like worth tons of money and have a lot of money to use?
It's
like, I don't know.
What I'm saying.
Like, it's
technically speaking, Larian is an independent studio.
Yeah. Like, what is indie at that point, right?
Right.
Like,
I mean,
all studios start out as indie.
That,
you know,
this is, the industry has changed so much, man.
Yeah.
And this is where you do need clearly defined rules and definitions in these types of places for this to account for what has happened in the industry. I don't have a problem if you say, well, if a team of 50 or less people work on a game and the budget is less than this, then it's considered an indie game. I don't have a problem if you set those type of rules, but they just got to be clear.
Yeah.
Because again, then like you said, Mav, what's stopping the big publishers, from saying, hey, our game's an indie game, we want to be counted as such, right? In next year's awards. Like, who's this? Like, it just opens up way too much potential.
Yeah, it's just a lot of
and
questions
it squeezes out the little guys.
Right. So then also, if you have more categories, maybe it helps resolve some of those. Yeah, be more specific with them,
Right. So because again, how do we go from best independent game with that list to best debut indie game? Cocoon, Dredge, Pizza Tower, Venba, and Viewfinder. Why isn't Dave the Diver in there? If it's the best indie game, why is it not the best debut?
I think
is that
the debut
has that team done one before?
I'm thinking they must have.
Okay,
I don't know.
I thought this was their first game underneath
but
Nexon. I thought they were put together under Nexon, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe it is. That's a good question.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
All right. Again, I don't have any problems with the indie games at all. I think these are all great. I want to get back to Cocoon. I played a little bit of Cocoon. Venba, I wanted to play a little bit. Dredge, I've been hearing nothing but good things about. So I don't have any problems with those. Don't care about mobile games. I know. I'll read them off. Final Fantasy VII, Ever Crisis, Hello Kitty Island Adventure, Honkai Star Rail, Monster Hunter Now, and Terra Nil. Been hearing really good things about Terra Nil too. Best VR AR game, Gran Turismo 7. This is like a PlayStation category here. Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Call of the Mountain, Humanity, Resident Evil VR mode, and Synapse. 4 and 5 are all PlayStation there.
I guess. Yeah. I don't care about that shit.
Yeah, I don't care about that shit. Yeah. Sorry for the VR AR fans out there. I know you guys are there. Again, I appreciate the efforts that are being made there. Maybe one day it'll be something that I do want to get into. It's just not there yet for me. So again, no offense to any of you. It's a part of gaming. You guys are gamers. I'm not taking anything away from it. Best action game. So here we finally get some variety a little bit, Mav, with some of the other games that probably were deserving. Some games that need to be talked about. So I liked this category. Like, I was like, okay, now this looks like something where the voters actually thought about and actually put some time and effort into. Armored Core 6. Absolutely. Okay. Armored Core 6. I'm going to get back to that eventually too. Armored Core 6 is fantastic. From Software did it again for a niche genre. I love using that word now.
This was the
Dead
best.
Island.
I think the part of the reason, though, you think this is so good is because it's the most, if you look at the categories, the most defined about they actually all belong there. It makes the most sense, right?
It does. And it's a good point. It's a valid point. Dead Island 2. Absolutely. Surprise hit of the year. 3-4 studios have worked on this game. Many people thought it was vaporware. This game shows up and just so happens to be one of the most polished games of the year. And people who played it loved it. I love Dead Island. This is one of the games that needs to be in my library, eventually will be in my library. It's just like, again, this year, that's a game I normally would have already bought and been playing. It's lost, man. So, but I'm going to be getting to it. So absolutely agree with Dead Island 2 from everything I've heard and watched people play. Should be here. Ghost Runner 2, new game, just came out. Again, Ghost Runner 1 really found an audience. A lot of people loved it. I tried it. Not a game for me. I'm not going to spend my time banging my head against a wall over and over again on this game, but it's gorgeous. It's a game that normally I would love to play, but at this point in my life, I'm just not going to do it. Don't have a problem with Ghost Runner 2, obviously. Hi-Fi Rush. Now you could say it's a rhythm game, but at the end of the day, it is definitely an action game. So Hi-Fi Rush, freaking amazing. Again, not a game for me, but understand why it's here. And then my dark horse all along, and this is the one we talked about earlier in the show, but Remnant 2 finally gets some flowers here.
Yeah.
This is a tough category for me, Mav, because I like Armored Core 6, but I really love Remnant 2. I hope, and I want Hi-Fi Rush to get its flowers. I really want Remnant 2 to win this category, to be honest. I really do. Remnant 2, I absolutely love this game. But yeah, great category overall. Right, Mav?
Yeah, I mean, like you could pick apart, oh, this game would have been cool if it was included, but I have no issues with what they included there. The only one that's interesting is Ghost Runner 2 to me, being that it kind of just came out. But I don't really know how it did. I don't know the feedback on it. You know, I just see it seemed like it just kind of came out and like nobody really talked about it too much, right? So like I think there's other games that maybe had more conversation that could have been included, but like it is what it is.
But it shows, I mean, again, that I think that this category does show that that people thought about it when voting on this category, right? This had some thought to it. Future Generation says, what flowers did Remnant 2 get? I was saying that I want Remnant 2 to get its flowers. I think it's deserving of more categories than just best action game. And it was my dark horse. I thought it should have been in the conversation for game of the year, to be honest with you. So I want Remnant 2 to win this and get its flowers right here as best action game. If I had to pick, it would be a tough choice between Armored Core 6 and Remnant 2 for me. Again, Hi-Fi Rush is a great game, and I'm not taking, again, if it wins, I would be extremely ecstatic for Tango. But it just wasn't the game for me. But out of the games I played, which are Armored Core 6 and Remnant 2 and Hi-Fi Rush, I really just want Remnant 2 to win here. I really want that team to keep going. Remnant has so much untapped potential still of where they can take that series. It is a freaking fantastic IP. If you have not tried it yet, please go do so. All right. Yeah. Remnant. Oh, he says Future Generation says, yeah, Remnant 1 and 2 were awesome. No joke. And the level of difficulty is wild too. Yeah. I Remnant 1, I played for a considerable time, got to a point. This is before I jumped into the community, got to a point, couldn't get past it. Again, 2 Souls like for me, I put it away, put it down, but I enjoyed the hell out of it, of what I played up to that point. This time around, had Jasper, had Steel. We did a lot of playthroughs, played a little bit with Mav, but he jumped off right away. But we finished the game.
It's 3 players. So
I played, you're sure that's the excuse. Played a lot of it in co-op, played more of it in single player 2 than I did, I think, even in Remnant 1. And it still had a great time with it. Really thought they stepped up with Remnant 2. Just, again, was blown away by the narrative, blown away by the choose your own adventure style that it has. Really ingenious when it comes to that. That team is extremely talented. All right. Best action adventure game. Alan Wake 2, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Resident Evil 4, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Okay. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. Mav, again, is there other games that could have been in here? Why do we have best action game and then best action adventure game? Hogwarts Legacy absolutely should be in here.
Yeah, the 100% Hogwarts Legacy. This is like its category could have ran away with this one.
Diablo 4 could be in here too if you count it as an action RPG versus more action.
It's either an action game or it's an RPG. Which one is it?
But we're getting the best RPG and Lies of P's in there, so and Final Fantasy 16's in there.
Yeah, I mean, Diablo is a quintessential ARPG.
Yes,
right. So
ARPG,
it's like
correct.
Which is action.
I mean, I would count it as more RPG for me. That's
personally,
yeah, absolutely, because you are taking on a role. This is the strictest. Again, they developed that whole genre by itself. Diablo 2 defined it. Action RPG is what Diablo is. It hasn't changed that. You play a role within the game to its truest definition.
Yeah.
So
it should be in either one of those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Hogwarts Legacy should be in it. Resident Evil 4, like, that's cool, right? But no, it's not. It's a great remake, But not this year.
Not this year. No, no. And again, in general, I'm against remakes and remasters being in here. They should have their separate categories. I don't like it being included. Again, if you disagree, I totally hear you. But
I am glad for one thing, that Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is in this category as opposed to the RPG category.
Yes.
I was wondering if they were going to do that.
Correct. Have we crossed the Rubicon now with this? Are we finally ready to admit that Zelda is an action game versus an RPG?
I hope so.
I wonder if the Zelda fans are.
I got laughed at way back in the day.
Yeah.
From people in my party chat. We were playing Halo 2. This was like a long time ago. And I made a comment. I was like, man, it'd be awesome if because we're talking about Zelda or something. I was like, it'd be awesome if they really came out with like a RPG, like a Zelda RPG. Because we're talking about the future of Nintendo and stuff. And I was
right.
And they all laughed like, what do you mean it is RPG? And I'm like, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's kind of, but not really. You know what I mean? Like,
kind of.
A little bit RPG elements to it.
I mean,
but it's an action. It's more of an adventure game to me. An actual adventure game.
Right. That's why it's in there. It's an adventure game, but that's again, whatever.
Yeah. So I was always thinking I wanted a Zelda, almost like a Skyrim-esque, RPG take on it, with just, that would be insane to me. But anyway.
All right. Where were we? Okay. So then we got best RPG. Baldur's Gate 3, absolutely. Final Fantasy 16. Is Final Fantasy's mainline still RPG enough? From what I've seen, I would put that in the action adventure game category at this point. Again, I know Final Fantasy fans will say that's sacrilege, but again, as a guy who's played
the true Final Fantasy fans were saying that about this game, and they took the RPG out of it. Final Fantasy 7 remake was an RPG, 100%.
Correct. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
And part 2 looks like it's going to be as well, 100%.
Yes.
But this is like an action hack and slash game.
It's Devil May Cry in a lot of ways. And again, the skill trees are no different than what Devil May Cry does. I don't know. I don't know. I would question whether or not we can still count it as an RPG. I know classically it is, but I just don't know if they continue in this direction, if we can still count it that way. What were we going to say?
I was going to say, you can't question if Starfield is an RPG. You can't question if Baldur's Gate 3 is an RPG.
No,
you can't question Sea of Stars either. Those are RPGs.
But Liza P and Final Fantasy 16, because Liza P is in here as well.
Yeah, FSP had a lot of people saying Liza P is an RPG because
they themselves describe it as an action RPG.
Right.
Okay. Again, we're blurring a lot of lines these days because so many games take from RPGs.
It's a skill-based game.
Right. And am I over the top with it and going to say it absolutely should not be here? No.
Yeah.
But I do question about what we're doing with definitions and how this is going to go forward, because I hate when things become a big glob. I understand that we blur lines, but I do think that there's still some true defining things that need to be in play. And I would like it to stay that way. I understand it gets hard, and I understand it's not always easy to separate.
Yeah.
But I think we really should start trying at some point. So Liza P, I would have put in best action adventure game as well. Again, this category here with Starfield being in there, great. Sea of Stars, great to have that in here. Baldur's Gate 3, obviously. The other two, okay. Again, overall, not gonna
more RPGs out there. Diablo 4 is an action RPG. It's either an action game or an RPG, so it should be in one of the two.
It should be in one of these two.
And Octopath Traveler 2 came out this year.
That was a big another snub this year. Yeah. Octopath, again, I haven't played it personally, but from what I'm hearing from trusted people who did play Octopath Traveler, I played the first one, loved it. They just took the first one, made everything better and more. Octopath Traveler 2 not getting nommed in these categories. Yeah, definitely a snub for sure.
Kind couple super chats to get to real quick, Pong.
Go.
Game Shark hit us with. Did I actually hold on? Did I read the other to the $10 from Bold Alpha Wolf Pack? The big picture is Xbox is going to need the gaming media. Oh, yeah, I did read that.
Yes, yes, you did got that one.
Sorry,
yep.
Sorry, Game Shark for $5. Appreciate you. It says it's cool, but come on, Spider-Man 2 is basically Infamous Part 6 with a different skin. Insomniac been making technically the same game for years. I love Infamous. I want it to come back, but that ain't gonna happen anytime soon with Spider-Man being out there. But that was made by Infamous was made by Sucker Punch, not Insomniac. So Sucker Punch moved on to make Ghost of Tsushima now, which is very different from Infamous. But I do think that as far as PlayStation goes, yeah, I can see similarities between Infamous and Spider-Man. But I am sorely saddened that because Spider-Man exists, I don't think we'll get another Infamous.
Probably not. And
because
I love
it's
Infamous.
too
Infamous
similar,
is one of my favorite franchises from them.
But a different developer. But good thought.
And where's Ghost of Tsushima on PC?
Yeah, it'll come when they're ready to release the enhanced edition.
Why is it not already out? I want to play Ghost of Tsushima. It's the one game that I've been dying to play from PlayStation.
It's so good.
Sure.
So good, dude.
I can't wait to play it.
Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the 5 says absolutely gear stats. Don't make an RPG. It's the archetypes. You can make Archer Warrior a mix or the 2 or a hybrid of all 3. There's
Mage, Archer Warrior. Yeah. There's
Mage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You play a certain role within a party that is defined by your skill sets, right? That is a defining part of RPGs.
Yeah.
Right? It is.
Choices matter. Right?
Yes.
Like that's a big one too. Like having decisions and choices that really matter. And not all games are that. Not all RPGs are the same. Obviously, there's different kinds, right? But like, it's definitely some of these are blurring the lines a little bit too much of the other way to be in a category focused on RPGs, right? Alvin with the $5 super chat says Ultra Combo next Wednesday. Keith says to record your reactions. I bet they have a new character or a K-12 tease.
Yeah, KI2, not K-12. Killer Instinct 2.
Oh, Killer Instinct.
You said K-12. Are you going skiing?
I don't know.
You said K-12.
I'm going skiing. Hey, that's a K-12. Killer Instinct 12 is already in.
Yeah.
KI2. Yeah, KI2 tease. I think that we're going to get some news, at least about ongoing support for this and the future about it. Like, I'm really excited. I talked about this beforehand. Like, I'm super excited for this. I think if you read the tea leaves and stuff here, and you can call us conspiracy theorists or whatever you want, I think with them being back on this after their last game kind of flopped, I feel like they're kind of on board now with Killer Instinct, and hopefully that gives us hope for the future with the KI2.
Correct. Agreed. All right, Mav. Best fighting game, Gotta Rock, Mortal Kombat 1, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, Pocket Bravery, and Street Fighter 6. Again, I don't have any qualms here. Maybe somebody's got another. Go ahead.
A Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl shit. Like the first one sucked ass. Like this one's supposed to be better. But
give me another fighting game that came out this year.
Hold on.
I honestly don't know. I'm not asking
No, we had looked this up on FSP, and there was a couple that would have been better. But I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, that being said, it don't just give it a nod just because it exists. Like there's other games out there. This would be a time if you were to blur the lines on genre, like a little bit, like when there's such a shitty category. Like ultimately, you have two games that are gonna be fighting with each other for this award, right? But
yes,
other ones. Okay, so how about WWE or UFC, right?
Yeah, you could have done that.
Or I thought about those, like, and some of those have been well received. There's a lot of things that would fit within that, you know.
Yep. Nope. Best family game, Disney Illusion Island, Party Animals, Pikmin 4, Sonic Superstars, and Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Okay. No problems. This was another tough one right here, Mav. Best sim and strategy game.
Yeah.
That's
such a broad category, dude.
It is, especially with the amount that have come out now. I've got one personal snub out of this one, but Advanced Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp.
Oh, come on.
Another remake. It is a great game. I love Advanced Wars. It's one of the games that I stole my kid's Game Boy Advance for to play. It is a fantastic tactical game, but this is a remake again, remaster. Again, shout out to Grubb. It's one of his favorite all-time games, but honestly, okay.
There's so many that came out, like to include that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. City Skylines 2 just dropped. Lots of performance issues. Again, didn't drop on console because of the performance issues. They got to fix the PC version. Again, Skylines is beloved. I love it. I played it already on PC a little bit. Can't wait to hop into some more. It's a gorgeous game, but it does have its issues. Just ask Jasper. So City Skylines 2 is in here. Company Heroes 3. Again, a game that both Mav and I got to get to at some point. This is a game I still have to buy. I think you actually bought it, Mav. It's in your library. You just haven't played it yet. Fire Emblem Engage. Okay, another Nintendo. I understand. It's Fire Emblem. Love Fire Emblem. It's one of the games I do miss not having Nintendo for. Okay, I'm not going to deny it. Pikmin. Yeah, I guess you can technically call it a sim strategy game because, I mean, I guess you are doing that.
Yeah.
How are you nominating Baldur's Gate 3 through all of this and not having it in here?
Yeah.
Like,
it is a strategy game. Like,
it's a strategy. It's hardcore strategy. My personal snub, Age of Wonders 4 should be in here. Age of Wonders 4, highest selling Age of Wonders they've ever produced. If you've never played any of the Age of Wonders series and you like tactical strategy games, highly recommend that you go play it. Age of Wonders 4 is, again, I got to get back to it. Beautiful, gorgeous game. Expansions galore already for it. As always, shout out to Paradox and what they do over there. That's my personal snub. Age of Wonders 4 should have been in here. If you're not going to include Baldur's Gate 3 because it's in other categories, that's fine. But Age of Wonders 4 should have been in here. It's freaking a masterpiece. But again, this is going to be a category where the reviewers, Mav, how many of them have played these games? How many?
Yeah. Very few. Trust me.
Right.
Trust me on
Trust
that.
me, bro.
Very few.
Trust me, bro.
Out of the 120, very few.
Right. Besides like Pikmin, I'm sure a lot of them played Pikmin. A lot of them probably played Advanced Wars because everybody owns Nintendo. But Company Heroes 3, you probably just saw a lot of the advertising for it and you voted it in here. Great. Skylines is well known, and Fire Emblem also Nintendo and well known.
Yeah.
Again, there's other IP that should have been included in here. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple because we've seen so many
Jasper has
sim strategy games come out. Yeah.
Midnight Suns.
Oh, Midnight Suns, absolutely. What? That was last year, though.
Was it?
Yes, that was last year.
When did it come out, though?
Didn't it come out late last year? Wait, maybe it should have been included in this. I can't remember. When did Midnight Suns come out?
December 2nd.
Yep, should have been included in here.
Right.
Absolutely, Jasper. You are absolutely fantastic. 1,000 freaking percent.
That's the biggest snub.
Yep, that is the biggest snub that I can.
Snub in this category by far.
Yep.
Midnight Suns. God, I was thinking it was a last year game too, man. It was.
Yep.
December. That fits in with the timeline of when things are supposed to be. Another example of why that system doesn't work. Thanks, Jasper.
No. Thanks, Jasper. And again, another short ad for another game. That game has been on sale for about the past month. It's going to be on sale through the different places are having sales. It's going for like $10 for the deluxe edition, Midnight Suns. I think GameStop might have it on sale for that right now. Any interest in turn-based battle systems? Again, don't mind the card system. I've played it now a lot. Mav has played a lot. We don't mind it. We had grievances and then we changed our mind, played it, love it. If you have any interest in that with Marvel characters, please go pick up Midnight Suns. I know Cognito has done $1 million worth of advertising for them alone. but please go pick it up while it's on sale during the holiday season here. You go get Midnight Suns. It's a great game. It's a freaking fantastic game. Best sports racing game, EA Sports FC 24, F1 23, Forza Motorsport, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, Turbocharge, and the Crew Motorfest. It's going to be a battle between the Crew Motorfest and Motorsport, Mav. Motorsport better obviously take it, but I have a feeling that there's going to be some reviewers. Xbox tax, Motorsport being the more sim-like racer. Crew Motorfest caught a lot of people off guard, brother.
Well, it didn't review very well.
True. But did see a lot of people liking it.
I like it. It's a fun game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Forza Motorsport's better, but
yeah.
Like it's a fun game, but I think it is on the platforms in which Xbox Forza is not, which is going to come into play here, I think, a little bit with some of the popularity aspect. We'll see. This is going to be an extremely telling one. If Forza Motorsport doesn't win Best Racing Game this year,
correct,
that is going to be the next moment you see a blow up from a lot of Xbox fans, because that would be like fucking crazy.
Yes, absolutely freaking crazy. Best multiplayer game, Baldur's Gate 3. I mean,
I had an issue with this.
I technically, yes, it can be included in here. Are most people playing Baldur's Gate 3 as co-op? No. I mean, it's available, but Diablo 4, yes. Again, because we've partied so much, and I see a lot of people partying up in Diablo. That's
one of the main ways.
It is one of the main, especially running dungeons and stuff like that.
Even when you're not playing with people, there's still people running around the world, and it's like still a multiplayer online.
Yes,
game,
absolutely, 100%. You're interacting with people all the time there.
Yeah,
it is absolutely. I just talked about the Blood Harvest that I'm running.
Yeah, you do like the Blood Harvest. You do the world bosses. You do all that stuff. You're playing with people like constantly in that game, whether you're in a party or not. But most people tend to join up with that game.
Mick Kumar says, "I love the widely known multiplayer game Baldur's Gate 3." That's.
I mean, no slight against Baldur's Gate 3. I think it deserves to win a lot of categories, right? I just like this one. It doesn't really belong in. Not because it doesn't have. It has multiplayer. And I'm not saying the multiplayer isn't good. No. Right? The multiplayer system, I'm sure, is great. But that's just not really what how people usually play this game. So
No, it's not. It's a small part.
It's an awesome addition to the game.
Yes, it is. But I would not put this in a multiplayer game. For Christ's sake, man. Party Animals, all multiplayer. That's fine. It's in here. Street Fighter 6, sure, absolutely. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Okay, Nintendo people. I know there's a lot of Nintendo fans in the chat. Nintendo people. Are you playing Super Mario Brothers Wonder multiplayer? I honestly need to know, because all the videos I have seen, I have not seen people playing the multiplayer. Go on. Right, Mav? Am I wrong?
Yep.
Like, why is this in here? Why is Mortal Kombat 1 not in here?
Except for just review purposes where they test it out. The game media people don't play this shit multiplayer.
Right.
They don't play multiplayer games, period, pretty much. Like, most of them don't. That's what they always talk about. Like, I'm not a fan of multiplayer games. I don't like... You can listen to, like, the big media gaming sites and all that stuff, or some of those podcasts. They just all continuously talk about how much they don't like playing multiplayer. Right. But anyway, they're voting for, best multiplayer games, and including single player games that have multiplayer in them. Right.
Remnant 2 should be in here. Remnant 2 should be in here. Like, there's a bazillion games.
Call of fucking Duty. And going back to the best ongoing games, if it was a popularity contest, you would put Warzone in there, because it's one of the most fucking played things out there, just like Fortnite and all that. Like, it's weird, man. I don't understand it, but best multiplayer game, Call of Duty. Like
I just, again, no definition. Like, it doesn't make any fucking. Sure, it has co-op, but it's not a main part of the game. How do you count it in a multiplayer game? Like, that's not how you play it. The majority don't play it that way. Like, again, I love Baldur's Gate 3, but come on, man. Fucking come on. Let's be real.
Street Fighter
So
6,
weird.
100%. Yeah, go. That
Sure,
deserves to be there.
sure.
You know,
Absolutely.
you can put Mortal Kombat 1 instead of one of these other
Yes.
games. You know,
yes,
there's
absolutely.
two games here that don't fucking belong. Really, honestly,
Yes,
much better
at all.
candidates
Yes.
that are focused on multiplayer as the core essence of the game, right? That is a huge, just left out, right? I just don't get it.
Yeah, 1,000%.
And if-
Alvin,
If you're gonna
okay.
include like a smaller games or something that's different, like moving out a moving out type 2 game or whatever,
Sure.
like a co-op, a game built around
There's-
co-op and stuff like that, I can understand those things, right? But,
Probably
like,
a million games we're not even thinking of right now, man.
yeah,
this year
100%. That would be better candidates than those.
Yes, absolutely. Alvin, $5 bomb. Minor fun pop info. Javier Bardem rumored for Galactus, and
Ooh.
Mads Mikkelsen rumored for Doom. Okay, Marvel, you have my attention.
Ooh, that would be fucking awesome. Yeah,
No opinion, but go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alvin, I agree, man. The fun pop segment here. Javier Bardem would be amazing as Galactus, and Mads Mikkelsen would be also an amazing Doctor Doom. If they get that casting right, that would be fucking sick, and I'll be eyes glued, just like I always am anyway. I'm one of the few that like the Marvels. Okay, like so, you know, I'm not the biggest nitpicker when it comes to these movies, but I do get excited when I see awesome people cast for roles that are awesome. So yes,
Yep.
I will be super excited if that happens.
All right. Best adaptation: Castlevania Nocturne, Gran Turismo, The Last of Us, the Super Mario Brothers movie, and Twisted Metal. Whatever.
Yeah.
Again, shout out to them. Castlevania, I hope you win. All right. Most anticipated game.
This is another
I-
one that's like so crazy. I don't understand this list.
Why?
Because I
kind of.
no, I mean, okay, so Star Wars Outlaws, I get. I can get.
You read them off.
Hades.
I'll be right back, man. You read them off.
So
I'll
we
be right
got,
back.
we got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I get that 100%. Hades 2, I can get for sure. Star Wars Outlaws, I get. There's a lot of hype around it. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was a very interesting one here. Not that no slight against Yakuza games and Like a Dragon, but like that's very interesting that it's in the most anticipated game category. Like if we're just including games that have no like release date, which the criteria states that it doesn't have to have like a release date, it has to be announced. Just announced games. And just to not make this an Xbox thing, Wolverine, right? Like you can't tell me like that's not more anticipated than like almost all those games. But if you do want to make it an Xbox thing, then you go to Hellblade 2. Like you're gonna put Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. More people are anticipating that. Tekken 8, I guess, yeah, fighting game fans especially, right? But still, like I look at some of these like massive games that have been announced, and I'm like, we're going with those for this? Like I guess it's a media thing. I don't know. I found it really interesting though. No Hellblade, no Fable, yeah, no Marathon, right? Even Wolverine as well, like Elder Scrolls 6. You could say Avowed. You could say like Metroid. Oh, did they? I think they did officially announce Metroid Prime, the new Metroid Prime game. I can't remember if they did or not. Yeah, man, it's just like so many big games that were just not on this list. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I rambled off some that
yeah,
Wolverine, like it's crazy that it's not there.
Hellblade 2.
Yeah, Hellblade 2. Yeah,
Hellblade 2 is egregious. Again, why? Keely's been how many times has it shown at the Game Awards? 2-3 times now. Like, he knows this is a big game.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Keighley made this decision, but how did the review? Again, this is what we talked about. The game's media
is weird, man. I don't understand.
How?
Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth is really there over like Wolverine and Hellblade 2. Like
even over a Dragon's Dogma 2?
Or Marathon?
Are you kidding me? Yes. Or
I'm trying to include these PlayStation games.
Avowed.
Like, you know, yes, Avowed. You have Clockwork Revolution. You have, I mean, there's so many games that are highly anticipated. Now, there's a Yakuza game like every fucking year, you know?
Right.
Well, literally just got a new one. It's just weird, man. It's
I don't get it, man.
They got to figure out a new system instead of sending this thing to the 120 people they do. They have to redo this whole thing, and really take a look. And Keighley needs to sit back and really look at this and be like, this is not really making sense. What's showing up, you know. I mean, he's got to abide by what he set out, but when he's got to really take a step back and be like, okay, maybe this isn't the right system because the results don't really speak to the community, right? Like, so I got to buckle down and figure out a different system. He's got to.
Well, no, he does. But if anything, what this most anticipated game list does show, Mav, is the mindset of these 120 voters or the votes, right? It really does show the mindset. And again, when we go back to what we define as whatever you want to call it, bias, Xbox tax, whatever, right? Not having a single Xbox title on this list from their AAA side of things. I'm not saying Towerborn should be on here. I'm not saying anything like that. But Hellblade 2 of all of them, or Avowed, not being on this list just really shows mentally, like Mav, like you said, like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Really? Out of all the games of 2024.
Well, that's not even just about 2024. That's not even like has to be.
But like, don't they kind of usually fall in line with the next year? Don't they usually kind of do that?
I guess, but like everybody's saying Wolverine's going to come out next year. Hellblade 2 has a 2024 date, you know, like
of course.
Avowed as the next year date, like I don't know.
It just gives you insight into what's really how these people think, right? So again, it's not that I necessarily disagree with any of these. Right, Fable. I mean, if you're going further out, I mean, that games announced, games that we've seen something from. Yeah, I mean, how is that not on here? I mean, Star Wars Outlaws is one of my most anticipated for next year as well. But again, to have like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and no slack, no shade to Hades at all, because I loved Hades, and Hades was big. But out of all the upcoming games, like, we are loaded with big giant games coming. Really? Like, it's interesting insight into how they think. And it's like they sometimes really seem to not match what the general gamer is thinking about, like, in a lot of ways, or what we're thinking about in the community. It's just, it's different. It's because like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, I'm excited for that game too, but one of the most anticipated, top 5 most anticipated game. Really?
Yeah. Like over like Death Stranding 2. I'm just throwing out more like PlayStation games here. Just Death Stranding 2, Silent Hill, again, or like, there's so many different games out there that are like really highly anticipated, and they're just like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth was the one that just like, really, like, I get it. I'm excited for trying it out too when it eventually, but like not like on my edge of my seat, the like anticipation, like, what this category should be about. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, that's it, Mav, because the rest is content creator of the year. Again, I don't think we have to say it here, but
cut that shit
obviously
out
the ultimate the ultimate biggest snub is that Fun Speculation isn't listed.
I mean, unless you're going to include us in it, don't have us in it. Don't have
no,
the
just
award,
just you, content creator.
No, it's
just you.
The channel.
You should be
you
up.
guys. No, let's go.
So yeah, best esports game, best esports athlete, and best esports team. Which again, if you guys care, that's great. But don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. So that's the part of the industry that I have never gotten into. So
yeah,
that's it.
Mav. They need to get rid of those ones at the game award shows. It should be about the games.
Should be.
Because the content creator of the year thing, the fucking esports thing, like not at the game awards. It focuses in the wrong place.
It's what it is. Keeley, again.
Yeah, he draws attention. The esports fans are gonna watch and see. You know, I get. You know, but stupid.
Well, Mav, we took the thumbnail and turned it into an entire show.
Yeah. I feel like we did this is FSP again, but like console edition.
I'm sorry if that feels that way, man. No, I know you talked about it earlier.
No, it's good. I wanted to get your take on all this. So
it's a smaller week for topics too. I mean, we could talk about the PlayStation Portal and that kind of stuff as well. It's just
well, who gives a shit about that thing, right?
I mean, people do because it's selling out, Mav. Can't find it anywhere. It's one of the hottest items for the holiday season already, according to the journalists. Yet again, all the journalists and reviewers who decided to ignore testing, besides a couple of really brave souls who thought to themselves, when do I want to use this thing outside of the home? How is it actually going to work? How is it that IGN gives it an 8 and doesn't mention in their article that it doesn't have the simple ability to log into a public Wi-Fi that requires you to first go to a web page, which is a large portion of public Wi-Fi systems, Mav? How?
I don't know the answer to that, Pong Soul. That's a good question, man. I don't know. I saw that video going around of the guy
who actually tested it.
Yeah, who was that?
I don't know the gentleman's name, to be honest. I didn't go deep dive his video.
I thought
I don't
he
know
worked
who it
for
was,
IGN.
I don't.
Was that the IGN guy?
I don't know if that was the actual IGN guy, but then how did they score it an 8?
That's what I think Bob's joke post was about. Because
well, if that was the IGN guy, then I gotta give him credit for putting that on video and talking about it and saying that this is a problem. But how he was speaking about it, I can't believe that he's the guy who reviewed it and gave it an 8.
Yeah, I kind of want to play Bob's little video that he edited. Because this is hilarious. And I don't know who
that was the IGN guy. Psychonauts says, okay. All right. Well, then I give that gentleman credit. Is he the same one that wrote the review?
It's got to be. I mean,
okay.
I'm gonna play this video because this is awesome from Game Pass Dad, who edited out the 8.
Okay. See, you guys know more about IGN than I do. You see how much I pay attention to IGN.
All right, so I'm gonna blow this up here. All right, so you guys listen to this. Shout out to Game Pass Dad, part of the Fun Spec fam, who edited this together. This is not entirely this is edited portions of the review from IGN.
Correct.
The portal seems like a solution to a problem.
No one had. The same guy.
Why spend $200 on a single-purpose device when there are much?
I gotta restart it because I had it too low.
The portal seems like a solution to a problem no one had. Why spend $200 on a single-purpose device when there are much cheaper solutions already available? If you use Remote Play on a full-size tablet, yes, you get a bigger screen. You still have to supply a controller, which, given the fact that you clearly own a PS5, probably not that big of a deal. Only plays games via Remote Play, so it's not like you can play it on the go. There's no version with a cellular connection, or without also owning a PlayStation 5. There is literally nothing else it can do. That seems like a bit of a bummer given the $200 price tag. Without a PS5 at the ready, the Portal is a paperweight. This thing doesn't have Bluetooth. You'll need one of Sony's proprietary PlayStation Link compatible headsets or earbuds. Those earbuds and headset aren't even out yet, but do worry because they cost $200 on their own. The single worst part of the Portal is its built-in speakers. I'd hope to test its performance on public Wi-Fi, but this was a total bust. Dunkin', like many chains, requires you to visit a website and acknowledge its terms of service before allowing you onto their network. And the portal has no web browser to allow such an interaction. That is a huge bummer. For now, you are out of luck. Getting on their Wi-Fi was easy, but connecting to my console back home took long enough that I was worried it wasn't going to work. And 100% requires a PlayStation 5 to function at all. I'd call this a must-own device for every PS5 owner.
Oh, this fucking cracks me up, man. So
Shout out to Game Pass, Dad.
yeah, it's just he added it to the negatives from the review and stuff. Like for me, I joked to him about this in our DMs that like that's like the opposite of the Starfield review from because like it's all positives and you give it like a 7, and then like this is like all negatives and you give it an 8. I don't understand the process there, but it's fucking hilarious.
I just don't understand how you give it was the same guy according to everybody. So how in 2023 are you reviewing a tech device in 2023 that is promoted as being able to play your PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
On the go, or wherever you are in your home, on the go, and it doesn't have functionality basically outside of the house unless you use your cell phone Wi-Fi or something like that as a hotspot or whatever the case may be. How the hell do you give that an 8 in 2023? Like this isn't like new tech
same
that they're pushing.
Call of Duty a 4, man. It's like
right, but it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
That was Amit Kumar says it's the best dedicated PS remote play device. It's the only one. That's the only one. But you can just get a fucking backbone and use an iPhone or a Razer Kishi and use your phone. And it has way more functionality. Or you can use a tablet with your controller because you already got to have a PS5, like the guy said anyway. So you can just do that as well. It has that same functionality. So I don't know.
They admitted today too. I don't know if you saw, but PlayStation came out during an interview and admitted that they didn't supposedly make this as a profit device. Okay. But they made it to, guess what, Mav? They want people engaged with their PlayStation games longer and more. That's why they created this device. Engagement, you say?
Yeah.
Interesting. Game Shark, member for 5 months. Shout out to you. Says no browser equals no Game Pass. Think about it. Yeah. No, that is definitely something. But again, that's cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? That is the pettiness and the actual ego drivenness of Sony that has gotten them into certain positions right now where they are behind, because if honestly that went into the decision making. And again, we'll never know because nobody will ever admit to this out of Sony. But if they actually sat around when they were developing this device and said, browser, absolutely not. That'll give people access to Game Pass. You just cut your nose off. Why? You limited the functionality of a device that you created in your own words to get more engagement from your PlayStation users. That is not good business sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. That is stupidity of the highest levels. If you honestly are going to those lengths to limit the functionality of your new device for your consumers because you're worried they might hop into the ecosystem of your competitor.
Yeah. You know what might help the engagement is if they made games that last longer than a weekend.
Well, they're trying to do that, Matt. They're trying to do that, right? That's a game as a service. Real quick.
But I can't acknowledge it, Pong. You know why?
Yeah.
Because, for years, people didn't acknowledge the fact that Xbox had all these games in development acting like there wasn't a thing, right? So until I see it, just like them, it's not a thing, doesn't exist until I see it.
Correct.
They don't get credit before it's given, before we get to actually see the fruits. They don't get any credit for me for that. Not yet. Not like, hey, we'll get them eventually, but
bro,
who knows, right? I'm just saying, like,
How many times did we have to lead off a list of games that Xbox was making when people said that they didn't have any games coming out? You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like
unimaginable thinking, Mav. Again, I can't even put myself in the shoes of the circus anymore. I can't. It's just impossible for me to get to that level. Like this is what it is.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
They do have those games coming. I hope they're good.
They do.
And
they do.
I hope that the people actually play them, because they're a lot of the same people are some of the same people in that like that same games media mentality.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So we'll see.
Correct. Yep, we will. I wanted to shoot this at you real quick because shout out to Vic the Click who tagged us in this, Mav, and shout out to Joey from WBG, of course, Phantom Kraken, who I gave credit to before for finding that Major Nelson video. And he was in our chat earlier. He might still be
sent me a
DM
too that had his ideas to fix.
His idea. Yeah, real quick, I was going to read this off. Was so this is his idea to fix the voting system for the Game Awards, right? His idea was remove the games media, selected game studios and publishers rank their top 5 games in each category, with their first choice getting 6 points, second awarded 5 points, third 4 points, fourth 3 points, fifth 2 points, and sixth 1 point. All points are tallied, and whoever gets the most points wins the award. Game studios and devs and publishers can't vote for their own games nor products, making the voting system non-biased.
It would be a lot more prestigious and mean more.
It's an idea. I will say this: that's not going to stop Sony from not voting for any Xbox games, though, and just voting all Nintendo or other third-party games, or
like a publisher
partnerships they have, or partnerships, right, that they have with certain companies would get still favorability and bias there, right?
So you're saying it may open up possibility for like industry, like shenanigans. Correct.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, again, any more shenanigans than what we currently have? No, not necessarily. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, it's not a bad idea.
That's how the BAFTAs are, right? I think.
I gotta look at the BAFTAs. They are pure awards. So yes, the BAFTAs. That's why the BAFTAs are considered a little bit more prestigious. But even though they're not as big as the Game Awards, I want to see how their system works, or how that plays out, like how the voting goes and who votes. I should look into that. Maybe we'll have that as another topic for another week. What the BAFTAs do and how they handle that situation, because I could see, and again, it's just me. I just have zero faith in any human beings doing the right thing ever. So like, it's like, okay, I just see potential there, but I will say this, Joey, if you're listening, it is a better system than what we currently have. I will say that it would definitely level the playing field more.
What if you took that same concept but you applied it to like industry like legends that have like a lot of integrity, like as far as like the developers themselves, like Todd Howard gets a vote, people like that,
that's what I think the BAFTAs more are individuals within the industry, right? I think that's what it is. So
maybe they have to be nominated to even be able to be on the panel.
That's what,
right? And
again,
get a nomination to where they can vote. You know what I mean? So like you have people that rise to the ranks based on their prestigiousness and credibility that they've earned throughout the industry, that their viewpoints matter that much, and have those people, and maybe it's like 50 to 100 or something, right? And those people are the ones that vote instead of media. And maybe you do throw a couple of media people in there, right, that have earned that, but I don't know who it would be,
Yeah, like I said,
industry people,
certified standard, man. That just come up with a certified standard. Just however you want to elect it. I don't care if you mix media and industry people, right? Certify, standardize the system, put it up there for all to see. No hidden things. Put it up there for all to see, so we all understand it. And go do it. Yeah. Right. Something. Again, great ideas, Joey. I love brainstorming on this subject because it's something I brought up for years now since I started podcasting, especially on Fun Speculation. We've had this conversation many times because I've gone on so many rants about journalists in the media and all that kind of stuff, that something's got to be done. And like I said, let them continue to burn, because the more they burn, again, the louder the voices get that something have to be done. So, and I've seen more talk this week from people that I don't normally see talking about it, saying something's got to be done. This is, what is going on, especially with these categories that we just went through, Mav, where there were so many head scratchers. Like, what is going on here? So let them continue to, pour gasoline on it. Let's see if we can get the fire hot enough to make some changes. Let's do that. I'm for it. Damn, bro. 4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours, brother.
4 hours.
We were laughing, not knowing what we were going to talk about when we joined the show. That's just classic. This is you and me. I love it, man. So another fantastic Thursday night. Again, can't give enough respect and admiration for the people who show up from the community into our show. And we had some new faces jump in here tonight. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, but again, thank you all. This show is nothing without you. None of our shows are anything without all of you. And again, you guys bring it here on Thursday night, and just fantastic talk going on in the chat along with me and Mav. Love you all. Again, what a PM in the PM. Again, no PM in the PM next week. It is Thanksgiving in the US next Thursday night, so we will be off next week on Thursday night. So again, we're gonna miss you. Obviously, I don't know if Matt's planning on having Xbox Ultimate on Friday or not, but gonna miss you on Thursday night. So thank you all for being here. Over 200 people at one point. That's just fantastic on a light news week. Obviously, the Game Awards bringing people out. A lot of conversation about that. And I thought Mav and I, even though Mav already had this conversation once this week, had a lot of good perspectives, and I enjoyed the conversation with him because I haven't had a chance to talk about this or talk with him about this directly. So really, really enjoyed it. Again, this is stuff we like. This is the passion. So what a PM in the PM. Mav, my brother from another, fun speculation. Brother, we got Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. What else you got coming up? You got anything special?
Man, maybe I'll do a stream this weekend too. I'm hoping we get some cool news tomorrow, right? It's the week before Thanksgiving, like Black Friday's next weekend, next Friday. So
sales are ramping up.
Maybe there'll be some interesting things happen. We know the 22nd, we got the Killer Instinct thing. Maybe I might co-stream that then as well. But yeah, I do plan on still having Xbox Ultimate next week as well. But everybody, I do appreciate y'all being here for sure. And it's been an awesome show. You guys in the community have been just nothing but amazing and generous ever since we started. So I appreciate each and every single one of you. Chris Jones had sent a message that I missed earlier. It says he don't have to redo anything. We all still watch. Talking about Keely, and I'm gonna watch. We're gonna be co-streaming right here on the channel. Yep. It's on a Thursday, it'll be like we've done the last couple of years. I don't know if we haven't even talked to you about it, but we'll kind of do our pre-show and kind of go right into the Game Awards and then watch it and then have our reactions. And usually we have people from our fam in there too. So I expect the same for this Game Awards, and I'm still looking forward to watching it. Like, I love watching it every year, really. So
I'm excited to see some more games coming next year.
Yeah, exactly. Despite the criticism, it's still like a fun show to watch, and I actually find it really entertaining. I do like the show that Keely puts on overall, like with the big with the big announcements and all that stuff. I just think he needs to fix the damn awards aspect of it. Anyway, Ducato says, member for 17 months. Thanks, Ducato says, yet Xbox has a Chromium browser for GeForce Now. Yep. They do, which is interesting. Xbox and shying away from that. And actually, they're giving more improvements to their apps and stuff. I saw they're allowing the enhanced like web apps or whatever now instead of using the old tech. Anyway, that's a whole other
and they announced their chip this week for AI, Mav.
Yeah,
making it more and more. They are all in. Satya's speech on AI, bro. They are all in. That next console, boys and girls, next Xbox console may have an AI chip included.
You're just gonna buy the console and it's just gonna make the games itself. You get
on the fly.
Yeah, you just
What would you like to play today?
One a day. Yeah.
I want a Bethesda like RPG, please.
You
just
have
whips
like
it up.
a genre filter, like you input the genres like an AI right now. Fantasy, sci-fi, tactical, RPG,
Yep.
shooter.
Yep.
Let's
Looter.
put that in. Looter. Multiplayer, co-op, 4-player.
Yeah.
Always online monetization schemes. But should I leave those out?
Yeah, let's leave those out. We don't need those included. Yeah, Decano, that's what I just said. I'm on the side that I think that now that Xbox or that Microsoft is making their own AI chip, their next console will have it. I think they're going to implement that. Will be a defining factor for them if they have that in there, because I don't think PlayStation will have an AI chip ready to go. So,
yep. All right, man. What you got going on, Pong?
Nothing, brother. Back to a normal week of podcasting, which is nice. Last week was kind of crazy. So just I had a lot of free time on Saturday. It was like insane. Like I missed my bros and talking about games, but wound up playing a lot of games too on Saturday as well. But yeah, this week is back to normal. So Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. Of course, I'll be here 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Saturday mornings, we are back. Living Split Screen is back this week. My brother from another Steel Rain and he went out and touched touched pavement last week with his motorcycle friends. So he did that last weekend. But we are back this week, and we're going to have a lot to get into. Steel and I. Conversation is going to be off the charts, 3+ hours, probably going to go 4 unless he or I have something going on. So join us Saturday morning, Living Split Screen. Can't wait to get back in the chair with him. It is going to be at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Set your alarm, set your reminders, be there. Buckle up and get ready for that one. And then Saturday night, last week, we had a last minute cancellation due to PTK having some stuff going on. Shout out to PTK. But we should be back this week. And the two guests, Captain Logan, who is a Sea of Thieves fan through and through, super cool dude, lots of good opinions about lots of different topics as well. And then, of course, the ego himself, the one, the only infinite Umbra will also be there. So we got two guests. So it's going to be Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and those two awesome guests. Saturday night, the Shop Podcast, now going live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time due to the time change. So 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time, best way to end your Saturday night. And the next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. Xbox Factor is the show every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Go check them out if you haven't already. And then Thursday night, we won't be here. We'll be celebrating Thanksgiving. So that is the weekend. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. Truly, truly is. Get out there. Hope you all have a great Friday. Saw Papa Woody say it was already his Friday. He's already done with work and cracking a beer. Shout out to you. Enjoy the start of your weekend. Everybody else have a great Friday. Have an awesome start to your weekend. And get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. See you later.
Have a good one, everybody. Peace out.